this wall creates so much benefit. That's a micro. So the first thing I would
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order. All right, good morning. My name is Deputy Mayor Paul Ainsley. I am the chair of the General Government Committee. Clerk has told me we have quorum, so I'm going to call meeting number 27 to order. Welcome everybody this morning to committee room number 1. And this meeting is being held by video conference and in person here in City Hall in committee room number 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. For the land acknowledgement, I would like to say on behalf of myself, my committee members, and all of our amazing staff that although we may be meeting in different locations today, the General Government Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also would like to acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty Number 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For members of the public, just a reminder, if you're registered to speak at today's meeting, if you could please listen for me to call your name at the appropriate time. I will be calling speakers in the order that they appear on the speakers list. That list can be viewed online by visiting the General Government Committee on the toronto.ca/council website page and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. For members of the committee, I just want to remind you the city clerk has provided all of the agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available here in the room for members if you need help with your electronic devices. And a reminder to please submit and approve your motions by email. And staff are available at ggc@toronto.ca to help with those motions. At this point, I'm going to ask if there's any declarations of interest under the Ontario Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Seeing none, can I have a motion to confirm our minutes from our last meeting on December 8th, 2025? Councillor Thompson, all in favor? That carries. Members, we have 19 items on today's agenda, so I'm going to go through the review of those items. And if you want to hold something, if you can please let me know as we're going through. So our first item is time for 9:45. GG 27.1 apportionment property taxes as of March 9th, 2026. This is a hearing. So I will hold that. Number 2, GG 27.2, cancellation, reduction, and refund of property taxes or payment in lieu of taxes as of March 9th, 2026. That's a statutory meeting for 9:45, so I'm going to hold that one in my name. Number 3, GG 27.3, amendment to purchase order 605-2995 with Aquicon Construction Company Limited for construction of the new Rouge Valley Community Recreation and Child Care Center and the Joyce Tremor Parks for Parks and Recreation. Have a mover. Councillor Thompson, do you want to move something for Scarborough? Excellent. Councillor Thompson is moving number 3. All in favor? That carries. GG 27.4, award of negotiated request for proposal, document 517972026 to Ainsworth Incorporated and Standard Mechanical Systems Limited for the provision of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, maintenance, and repair services at various City of Toronto locations. Moved by Councillor Holyday. All in favor? That carries. Sorry, scrolling. I'm going to switch tabs, Matthew. Sorry if everybody's going to be patient with me for a moment. There we go. GG 27.5, award of request for proposal, document 53864877782 to ClaimsPro LP for the provision of insurance adjusting services.
Can I hold that, please?
Councillor Thompson is holding number 5. GG 26.6, purchase order amendment to accelerate the optional year funds for mini dump trucks for fleet services. Councillor Holyday is moving it. All in favor? That carries. GG 27.7, amendment to blanket contract number 470-23575 and 470-20880 issued for ClaimsPro LP for insurance adjusting services. Councillor Thompson is holding number 7. GG 27.8 is our next item, amendment to purchase order 604-3796 with WSP Canada Incorporated and purchase order 605-2068 with Maple Reinders Construction Limited Reinders Construction Limited for rehabilitation and upgrades of 7 Group 6 sewage pumping stations at various locations in Ward 3 and 4. Moved by Councillor Holyday. All in favor? That carries. GG 27.9, award of document 534-938-6217 to ASCO Construction Toronto Limited for the Sludge. Sorry, my apologies. Turn that off. Award of document 534-938-6217 to ASCO Construction Limited for the sludge storage tank cleaning and biofilter upgrades at the Highland Creek Treatment Plant. Councillor Thompson, another Scarborough one? Councillor Thompson is moving. All in favor? That carries. GG 27.10, award of document 538-159-6310 to the Personal Insurance Company operating as the Personal General Insurance Incorporated for a group home and auto insurance program. Councillor Holyday, all in favor? That carries. GG 27.11, litigation arising from the construction of the St. Lawrence Market North. Moved by Councillor Thompson, all in favor? That carries. GG 27.12, non-competitive contract with Grascan Construction Limited for emergency Soffit shoring repairs to the FG Gardiner Expressway. Moved by Councillor Holyday, all in favor? So carried. GG 27.13, non-competitive extension with the Carla Construction and Maintenance Limited for Trackless train service in the High Parks for Park and Recreation in Ward 4. All good? Oh, sorry, there's a speaker on this, is there not? We have a deputant on number 13. I will hold that. GG 27.14, renewal of various boat club leases in wards 3, 4, 10, 14, 19, 20, and 25. We have speakers. I will hold that. GG 27.15, a portion of 550 Bayview Avenue, Evergreen Brickworks, Evergreen lease amendment and extension agreement. Moved by Councillor Thompson. On favor? Oh, you want to hold it? Sorry. GG 27.16, a programmatic approach to delivering stated good repair, accessibility, and net zero programs at City Hall and Metro Hall. Councillor Holiday, so moved. All in favor? That carries. GG 27.17, summary of open competitive awards made by the Chief Procurement Officer from November 15th, 2025 to February 13th, 2026. Moved by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? That carries. GG 27.18, annual report on the city's fleet availability and utilization. Moved by Councillor Holiday. All in favor? That carries. And our last item, GG 27.19, emergency non-competitive contract with Weber Infrastructure Management Canada Limited for snow removal services. Held by Councillor Holiday. Okay, we are going to go back to the top since it's 9:45. Exactly 9:45. We're just chugging right along. On schedule. All right. Speaker on number 2. Our first item is a statutory timed item, GG 27.1, 9:45 a.m., apportionment of property taxes, March 9th, 2026. This is a public hearing. I believe we don't have any deputants. No amendment. One amendment. All right. Do I need to read it? Okay. So I am moving that recommendation 1 be amended to read as follows. The General Government Committee approved the individual tax appeal applications made pursuant to Section 322 of the City of Toronto Act 2006, apportionment of taxes identified in the detailed hearing report, marked as Appendix A to the report, February 11th, 2026, from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, Finance and Treasury Services, excluding the following applications. Ward number 12, the original roll number is 1904-11-4-040-04505. Property address known as 2100 Yonge Street for the tax year 2025. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. All in favor of the amendment? All in favor of the item as amended? That carries. Our next item is GG 27.2, 9:45 statutory meeting, cancellation, reduction, and refund of property taxes or payment in lieu of taxes as of March 9th, 2026. I have one registered speaker. Sorry. Ms. Julie Chan. Is Julie Chan in the room? Or
yes, good morning.
Morning, Ms. Chan. I have 5 minutes to address the committee. After you've spoken to the committee, each member of the committee can ask you questions for up to 5 minutes. After that, we bring it back into the committee, as we call it, where each member of the committee can ask questions of staff for up to 5 minutes. And after that, they can speak to up to 5 minutes, and then we'll vote on the item. So you have 5 minutes to start whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. My husband and I would just like to appeal the taxes because our home is not finished currently, and we are asking if we can have our taxes reduced because the construction is not done. We are hoping for it to be done within 1 month because we are following our building by code, and we just changed the siding on the house that the inspector asked for. So we have not fully moved into the home yet, which is why we are asking for a reduction in taxes to help take some financial stress off of us. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Thank you, Ms. Chan. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Sorry, Ms. Chan, how many years are you looking for a reduction? Are you looking for like the taxes to be waived completely for the taxation year, or?
I spoke to somebody from the city before, and she said that uh, they cannot take away the taxes for everything, even though we did not live there, because they still have to tax the land value, but they don't tax they can waive the house value. So we bought the house in um, July of 2024. So we are still under construction because of the issues that came up and because of the last minute changes for approval. So we haven't been able to move in for a year and a half so far. So we would like to ask for a reduction. It would help us a lot financially if we can get it all reduced, but we understand if that can't be the case.
Okay, so sorry, just to be clear, so you bought your house in 2024 and it's been under renovation since
That's
the day of
correct.
purchase, and you haven't lived in it at all?
No,
Okay.
I'm living with my mother-in-law and my grandma.
Oh, okay. And how long do you think the construction's going to take?
Well, the city said that we only have to switch the sliding. So what happened was it was supposed to be done, but then they said one side of the house, we needed to change it to aluminum sliding, just in December or November. But because of the weather, they cannot safely do it. And we had to special order the blue color. So we've waited until just this week where they were able to change the sliding because of the warmer weather. So there were some delays because of that.
Okay, all right. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Chambers. We're going to move on to questions of staff, I believe. Questions of staff, councillors. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Could you perhaps help me to understand the rationale as to why we would actually give a tax break to this speaker and to her husband, I guess, who are the owners of this property?
Through the chair, good morning. The taxpayer is paying for taxes for the vacant land portion of their assessment. The building has been demolished and has been reflective in their assessment. It has
Okay,
been confirmed by the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation that it is being valued as vacant land.
so there's no physical structure in terms of a property on site to be taxed as such?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Right, so in order to, if we were to allow that, this is not similar to where you have a structure and someone says, we haven't moved into the home yet, so we would like to have the taxes either deferred or waive altogether. In this case, there's really nothing to tax, it's just the land, and the land tax portion would be paid by the property owner?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Okay, great, that helps me with my understanding, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Holiday, any questions of staff? No? Okay. Speakers?
I would just, you're moving a motion to grant it, are you doing that?
Yes.
Okay, actually, I would support that then based on the information that we've garnered from staff, and it makes so much sense, quite frankly, and it reduces the hardship on the property owner, given the fact that they have been able to live in the home, because there is no home to live in, and in essence, they're paying the tax portion on the land, which they're not asking for either a deferral or elimination of, and so on. So I would be in agreement with respect to your motion. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, Councillor Holiday, speak? Nope. Okay. So I have a recommendation to move as follows, and the deputant's property is in this list? Sorry, the deputant's property, is it in this list?
Through the chair, it's within the appendix of the report.
It's within the amendment?
within the appendix.
Okay, all right. So they're covered off?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, perfect. And I am gonna, can I just move this as red? Otherwise, I'm gonna lull the whole room to sleep. I'm going to remove I'll read the first part. The General Government Committee approved the individual tax appeal applications made pursuant to Section 323 of the City of Toronto Act 2006, resulting in tax reductions excluding phase-in/capping amounts identified in the detailed hearing report marked as Appendix A to the report February 11, 2026 from the Chief Financial Officer and the Treasurer, Finance, and Treasury Services, excluding the following applications. And there are 11 before us. Any questions of me as the mover? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment? Item is amended. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. And we are on to item number 13 is our next item with registered deputants, GG 27.13, non-competitive extension with Carla Construction and Maintenance Limited for trackless train service in High Park for Parks and Recreation. And I have two registered speakers. The first one is Marshall Leslie, and the second one is George Regakos. We're coming back. I'm doing the deputants first. Deputed items first. Marshall Leslie in the room. Morning, Mr. Leslie, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Sorry, sir, if you press the button at the bottom of the microphone to green, it'll turn your microphone on.
Okay.
There you go.
When I appeared 9 months ago before the committee to speak to a similar motion, it was as a private individual, but I am here today representing High Park Access now, which is a recently formed group of residents who oppose the High Park movement strategy. We have gathered 30,000 signatures online and through print petitions, made several presentations to council members since then, held several information pickets at High Park's Bloor Street entrance, launched 14 FOIs, 2 of which under appeal to the Information Privacy Commissioner, that have now yielded over 10,000 pages of previously unreleased reports, recommendations of staff, consultants, and emails. And we will shortly launch our new website. My purpose here this morning is to discuss what has changed in the last 9 months, what is still missing, what is wrong, and suggest some recommendations. So what has changed since May? The term of the proposal is now for 2 operating seasons instead of the 5 years, with 2 options to extend to a total of 15 years. The contract is now for a fixed amount instead of a 15% gross royalty. It is no longer a people mover, but is now a trackless train. There is no requirement for accessibility. It is not environmentally friendly. In other words, it's still diesel. It does not modernize customer service. Payment is still cash or e-transfer. There is no daily shuttle service from April 1st to October 31st. There is no winter service pilot program. There is no references to electric service. It was to be fully electric by 2028. There's no authorization for the general manager to sign additional license agreements with Carla to expand the service to other parts of the city. And you'll recall that your motion at council, there was a great discussion and optimism about Tommy Thompson and the Spit. What is still missing? Well, the east side of the park. Nothing for the Parkside entrance, the Howard Street streetcar loop, Spring Road parking lot, the intersection closest to the Keele subway. There's no longer any commitment to electrification in the transformed TO net zero strategy. There is no consultation with community, permit holders, or stakeholders. There are no ridership estimates. There isn't even an estimate of the number of park visitors any longer. No performance bond, performance metrics, risk liability requirements, fair wage policy. There is no AODA compliance. There's no bike carriers on the device. There's no construction or presence of any shelters for any of the stops. There is no requirement to maintain the storage shed. There is no attention to the first and last mile of the route because there is no integration with either TTC or Wheel-Trans. And the TTC 203 is still a seasonal service. So what is wrong here? Well, the report simply doesn't meet the May 2023 Council resolution to implement a High Park movement strategy. There's the entire value proposition. The cost of a family of 4 to make a lap around High Park is almost identical, literally within pennies, of a family's round trip to Toronto Island. The Parks Division never informed Council that Carla had a force majeure to eliminate the previous contract. There is no pretense that the shuttle service is what Parks described as a core component of maintaining accessibility, and there's no pretense anymore that this is an improvement and expanded people-moving service. I'm quoting, their people-moving service, allowing visitors to access key destinations within High Park without the use of personal vehicles. So, what would I recommend? Send it back to Parks Division. Ask them how this is going to implement the High Park movement strategy, maybe shorten the term to a year, and ask them how they're going to make this AODA compliant, how it will integrate with the TTC, how a private operator can operate on TTC property, whether this can be licensed by Service Ontario to cross Bloor Street, or you simply turn the contract over to another division, and I would suggest economic development, transportation services, or purchasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leslie. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Holiday?
Thank you. I'm just dialing back to try to remember all the bits and pieces, but really there was a mixed review. Do I remember this correctly, that there's mixed receipt by the community of the changes to High Park? Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's a fair assessment, yes. Might even be an understatement.
And so central to this, and central to the High Park movement strategy solution, if I remember correctly, was this last mile. In order to achieve porosity into the park or a good use of the park, people were looking for a way to get to the various pieces in the park. Is that correct?
Yes, through an electrified people mover, year-round TTC service, and a whole variety of other things.
So the crux of your concern or deputation today is that there's a continuation of the existing trackless train, which is different than a people mover. Is that correct? And there are concerns with that.
Well, as I recall Expo back in '67, this diesel tractor doesn't resemble anything that we would call a people mover today.
If the city was to go and ask the community and the park users, based on the experience from your group, what they thought of the trackless train, what are the types of improvements you think they would ask for? Just even basic stuff.
Sheltered cars from the rain and from the snow, something that could climb the hills. It would be nice to have signage within the park directing people to the stops. It would be lovely to have a shelter at those stops, maybe a wastebasket or something like that. I think it would be a good idea to have other forms of payment. The price is an awful lot, like the value proposition. Compare taking your family to Toronto Islands and doing a loop around High Park. I mean, literally, it's pennies apart. And if the city actually wants to, and there was an amendment at the motion in May of last year, Councillor Fletcher spoke at great length about her hopes for Tommy Thompson on the Leslie Street spit. If indeed it was the intent, and clearly that was the motion, to expand this to other places, the spit, the islands, Serena Gundy, Centennial, then you should do something about it.
So I understand that the group you're affiliated with has some policy disagreements with the way that City Council proceeded on High Park. But the sense I get from your deputation today, or the focus, is that if the city is going to move forward, at least on a short contract on a trackless train, you'd like to see some improvements and some questions answered. That's central to your message today.
Yes, and this actually goes beyond High Park. The whole notion of AODA compliance has been kicked down the road by council in so many different areas. It's very sad.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is George Regigos. We have another deputant. That's okay.
I don't think he's going to, he may not be.
Sorry? The second speaker withdrew. Oh, sorry, the second speaker withdrew. We're on questions of staff. Councillor Perks.
Mr. Chair?
As the next member, you get to go first. Questions of staff.
Thank you. First, there's an appendix to this report about the introduction of new TTC service that has been agreed to by the TTC since it became clear that this vendor couldn't meet the commitments. Could you describe that service, please?
Through the chair, the service that has been agreed to is to have the TTC 203 bus leaving High Park Station, which is an accessible station, starting on March 15th of this year, going until October 31st on 20-minute service, with that service expanding to 7 days a week beginning May 5th.
And that was not available when the original contract was tendered. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was not able for the TTC to fulfill that, but since that time, they have adjusted their ability to meet that need through new operators and vehicles.
And when city staff were considering strategies for providing transportation within High Park, the TTC was always the preferred choice.
That's correct, and that was identified in IE 3.7, the original report on the High Park movement strategy.
So effectively, what this report does is tell us we've achieved the outcome that is better than what we were hoping for, and in the meantime, we'd like this side service to continue.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. I'll bring it back into committee. Questions of staff by committee members? Councillor Holiday.
Since TTC is available, can TTC describe the route through the park and the frequency?
Sorry, is there TTC staff available?
Oh, okay. Can anyone answer that question? Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, the service is 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. on a 20-minute service, leaving High Park Station on the main loop within High Park.
Can someone describe the main loop? Like, is it a full rotation?
The main loop through High Park, through the chair, is entering at Bloor Street, taking West Road southbound and turning north at Colborne Lodge Drive, exiting the park at Bloor Street and reconnecting with the TTC.
So the West Road and then Colborne Lodge.
That's right.
So that's up the center.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And how many months of the year does this operate?
Through the chair, the current agreement with the TTC is to start on March 15th this year and conclude on October 31st of this year.
March to October. And if I wanted to access one of the eastern components of the park, what are my options? Let's say I wanted to go to the amphitheater.
So through the chair, if you're referring to the amphitheater where the Dream in High Park takes place, the closest route would actually be the 203 entering from Colburn Lodge Drive. The east side of the park is serviced by the 506 streetcar, as well as increased frequency of the 80 Queensway leaving from the accessible Keel Street station. There's also a parking lot located on the east side of the park at Spring Road, which is available 7 days a week.
Spring Road, that's at the corner of the Queensway and Parkside, is it not?
It is north of Queensway, between Queensway and High Park Boulevard.
But it's close to Queensway, is it not?
Yes,
It's at the south end of the park.
Yes.
So all of the east side amenities, you'd have to walk from Colburn Lodge Drive. And sorry, what service is on Parkside?
Parkside is served by the 80 Queensway bus departing from the accessible Keel Street subway station.
That doesn't go into the park.
No, that serves a number of stops on the east side of the park.
And what stop amenities are available? Are there shelters? I mean, we heard today that
Through the chair, I can say that they are just paved, they're typically just paved pads on the east side of the park.
they're paved. Okay, so no roofs, have they been upgraded for accessibility requirements according to what the bus asked for?
Through the chair, I am not with the TTC, so I'm just sharing with you my knowledge of the park layout right now, and TTC could be available if you have those questions.
Is this a full-size bus that serves it, do we know?
Through the chair, yes, it will be a full-size TTC bus.
Okay, and is there any plan then to go forward with any other solution other than a trackless train into the future, or is TTC going to be the answer? Because I think the council motion was to look at this type of service in other places.
Through the chair, with respect to High Park, the TTC was always a preferred approach based on the affordability for riders and the connectivity with the larger network. The extension of the trackless train is timed to enable the city to continue to review other people-moving solutions that may require infrastructure upgrades to meet their vehicle requirements.
I see. And is what happens during the winter outside of the October 31st season for the bus? So I see that the trackless train and the TTC service is coincident, roughly.
Through the chair, vehicle access is through the park 5 days a week between the times of year when the other people-moving services are not available, and the park is closed to private vehicles on weekends.
During the season outside of that window?
Yes, between October and middle of March, it is closed to private vehicles on weekends.
So there's no access for anyone if you need last mile transport during that off-season?
Through the chair, no, that's not correct. TTC will always offer wheel-trans accessibility into the park as needed.
Okay, and what happens if you have a picnic basket or, other non-qualifying wheel-trans accessibility needs? Sorry, not qualified for wheel-trans. In other words, you're able to take conventional TTC, but you've just got a lot of stuff to carry.
Through the chair, you'd have to make arrangements to have the ability to carry those equipment or picnic baskets into the park.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Other questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to speakers. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thanks very much. Mr. Chair, as a reminder, the thing that's in front of you, the only thing that's in front of you is a decision of whether or not to extend the non-competitive contract for the train that's been operating in High Park for years. Some people want to make this about more than that. That's, I guess, their business. But it is, since the appendix is attached for your information, it's worth speaking about. This having TTC service through the park is an improvement, not only over where we are now, but where we have ever been. It makes the park more accessible than it has been in my lifetime or yours. While some members of council, seem to want to pull on any thread they can imagine, I don't really understand why making it difficult to carry a picnic basket into High Park 2 out of the 7 days of the week in January is the primary concern when we're considering a contract for a ride for kids. But, you know, there you go. Congratulations to city staff on getting an outcome that improves the circumstances of mobility beyond anything we've ever had before. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. I'll bring it into committee for speakers. Councillor Holiday.
I did have a motion. Hopefully the clerk can put that. There's two parts to the motion. The first is, look, like, let's continue with the trackless train, but I'm going to suggest instead of a 2-year, a 1 year, and come back and check with the committee. The overall total available numbers of years has not changed. It's simply a check-in. And if they can scroll down, the important part is, of course, the report back. So parts 2 and 3 of this motion, Mr. Clerk. And that asks for a lot of things, some information about what I heard from the speaker today about how these objectives will be met. Councillor Perks is right. Other people want to pick at this. I've heard from countless constituents. I've heard from people that live outside of the community even with complaints about what City Council has decided with respect to this park. I think there's continues a lot of controversy about City Council's decisions about access to the park. But I don't see any solution that satisfies everyone in sight. So I just would like more information about how all of these objectives that the city seems to hold importantly are going to be met. I heard today that a 20-minute bus during the peak season, is the claim to solve this last mile problem. So I don't think this recommendation before the committee changes things a lot. It just asks for a check-in on the continued extension of this contract. But more importantly, it asks for some information. It also asks for the city to take a look at this and figure out whether last mile solutions belong with parks or they belong with another department, for instance, transportation. I wish we didn't have to argue about this, but just so many people have come back to me and said, hey, Councillor, we love going to High Park, but we don't go there anymore because it has become so difficult for us to access. And for the city to turn around and say, well, now you can just go take a wheel trans in there or wait at the subway station for a bus every 20 minutes, I don't think was satisfactory to people. And I just think that there's a better way to do this, and it's regrettable. I hope the motion passes because there's a piece in there that asks the city to go and talk to people about their experiences and do a bit of consultation. So hopefully that is an improvement to the process and tries to offer a little bit of confidence to folks out there that are dissatisfied with how things have proceeded. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Questions of the mover? Sorry.
Sure. Just your timeline, Councillor Holiday. I wonder if we can maybe just put the motion back up.
Yeah, I didn't give a specific month, but it would have to be before the second year renewal. So I'm guessing, a year from now. We don't have a date for those committees yet, but I would guess that in order to give the vendor notice for the second year of operations, they would want to let them, like you'd want to have this report go through council so that council's updated on all this stuff. But there isn't anything here that says don't renew. It just says come back and report to us.
And the additional elements that you're looking to have staff look at as part of improvement, that has come through consultation and conversations you've had with members of the public, particularly the users in that area?
I think I heard it from the deputation even today about some of these questions about how this works.
And do you have, with respect to link to the TTC,
yes,
what's the issue there? I mean, we've heard that there is a link. Are there
more
elements that you believe could be beneficial?
We heard that there is actual TTC service,
right.
But if you have a trackless train that is filling the last mile gap in a finer mesh than the TTC can provide, otherwise the question is, why is it there? I think it's to move people around. We would want to see a functional link to the public transit system. I mean, ideally, it would be something that gets somebody from the Keele station or the High Park station. Ideally, but I don't know how that could work. Right now, it's not linked to anything.
And then with respect to G, the consultation, are we opening this matter up again, or is it simply limited in scope with respect to the ability to traverse the park and the service provider and or the service that's provided to take park users through and about the park?
I think a lot of people would love us to reopen the item, but I think this asks about the trackless train and what improvements might be desired. So for instance, one of the things I heard today was that the stops aren't very fancy. They don't have a roof. I think even the simple ask for garbage cans. So it'd be great to ask people that use the trackless train what they think of it and if there's improvements that the city can provide.
But just to be affirmed, you're looking at limiting the scope with respect to simply focusing on feedback on the trackless trains and just the improvements around that. You're not looking at opening up the scope of this.
As I said, I'd love to, but that might start to get out of order. With
sure, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Holiday, can I just ask about the first motion?
Sure.
Can you explain your rationale for changing the options? If the motion can go back on the screen.
Yeah, so the existing recommendation before the committee is to provide a 2-year contract with 2 one-year extensions, if I remember. And this says come back and talk to us after the first year and before executing on 3 options to extend. And the report check-in would give some assurance to the committee that we're on the right track. And I don't mean that tongue in cheek, but this is proceeding the right way. And getting some answers to those questions, I think, would help us make a more informed decision as a committee.
Okay, so I guess you're concerned we're not going down the right pathway, no pun intended, but, and a check-in in a year.
Right.
From now.
Right.
And I don't mind working, but I'm just trying to understand, like coming back a year from now, like the staff have done all of their due diligence. The local councillors come in here and made his intentions clear as the local councillor. We had 2 deputants from one canceled. They're both from the same organization. We didn't have a huge influx of users of the High Park, so I don't understand. Well, I'm not comfortable changing the staff recommendations from what's in front of us. I'm okay with the second part.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's an argument over 1 year or 2 years, I still think it's safer to go 1 year. I take the point. I want to step back, though. What this report is telling us is that the people mover solution that was highlighted in all of this movement strategy fell apart. The procurement failed. It never went to where it was supposed to go. And so what we've come back, or what the city has come back with, and what we've got before us now is an extension of a trackless train, which I think is deemed an amusement, which has been running for decades in the park for another couple of years. And I don't see those as equal things. And that's the center of this report. Was the city was headed down this path with electric vehicle, all this great service, accessibility, all these improvements to make it better for people, and then we end up with this. And so my simple point to the committee is why don't we check in a year instead of 2, but still maintain the overall timing availability of the contract. I thought that was a fairly safe extension. And I just think there's value in that reporting because of what I've heard from members of the community.
Okay, all right, thank you. I believe that's it for questions of staff. And you want to separate the 2? Yeah, it's 2 separate motions. How did I lose my microphone? All right. So we have the recommendation number 1, moved by Councillor Holyday. All in favor? Opposed? And that loses 2 to 1. And then we have the second recommendation, moved by Councillor Holyday. All in favor? No, nobody opposed, so that passes 3 to 0. Thank you. Item is amended. Item is amended. All in favor? And that carries 3 to 0. Thank you. And our next item is number 14. GG 27.14, renewal of various boat club leases. And we have a couple of deputants. Our first speaker is Wilson De Silva. Is Wilson De Silva here? Morning, Mr. De Silva. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. If you make sure the green button is on the bottom of your microphone in front of you. Yep. You want the green button on? There you go. Perfect. All right. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good morning, councillors and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wilson De Silva, and I'm here representing the Toronto Humber Yacht Club. We are here today to discuss a lease, but more importantly, we're here to discuss a 70-year partnership between the community of stewards and one of Toronto's most vital natural corridors, the Humber River. Our club's story begins in the 1920s as Hicks Boat Club, a simple place where families rented canoes to explore the valley. Formalized as a club in 1956, we have spent 7 decades on the west bank of the Humber River. Originally built on private property, the land was expropriated following Hurricane Hazel, with the understanding that the club would continue to serve the community through long-term leases. Through floods, ice damage, and the evolution of our city, our members have remained consistent. We have a community-built nonprofit organization. Our history includes members who have served in our country in World War II and generations of Torontonians who have dedicated their lives in protecting the river. This isn't just a place to dock a boat. It is a repository of local history and environmental knowledge. For nearly 70 years, the club has been part of the Humber Valley. The Humber River itself is not just another waterway in Toronto. It is one of the most historically significant rivers in the region, part of a protected ecological corridor that supports wildlife, migratory birds, fish habitats, and recreational users. We are a small club in comparison with the others in the GTA. Our location on the river, however, is not unique. Toronto Island alone has 3 yacht clubs in multiple rivers, which have hundreds of boats as club members. On a busy weekend, they can expect to have close to 1,000 boats share the same river system that hosts many types of wildlife protected as is the Humber River. But despite that, there is a balance that is found with the wildlife protection and erosion. Our size in comparison is small. We have 30 boats and about 20 canoers as members. We also have implemented deliberate measures to minimize our impact on the river, which is in line with other clubs. Our environmental stewardship and commitment to the Humber River has always been our priority. Our club's sustainability plan addresses shoreline preservation, reduction in ecological impact, and overall environmental sustainability. By managing dock use, promoting responsible boating, and carefully maintaining the shoreline, we indirectly prevent erosion and protect habitats along the Humber River. Every aspect of our operation is designed to align with sustainable principles, reducing our impact and ensuring that the river remains healthy for wildlife and its future generations. But the people who use the river regularly often become the strongest advocates. The boating community notices pollution, debris from storms, erosions along the banks, and hazards for wildlife. Stewardship works best when communities come together. As a nonprofit organization, we do not profit from community involvement. In fact, we consider ourselves an extension of the community's interest in preserving it. We gain nothing but the enjoyment of working with community members, residents, and officials to protect it. The club's presence on the river as a non-for-profit is a beneficial tool controlling how the river is used, cleaned, and maintained. A way forward would be to work with community institutions that already exist. When a community institution is removed, something more than its structures disappear. Volunteers who maintain the river, people who organize cleanups, and knowledge about our river's history is erased. However, the question before council is not whether the Humber River should be protected. It should be. The question before this council is why isn't the Toronto Humber Yacht Club part of it? Why are we being erased? Why is 70 years of our history and tradition being ignored and discarded? Why hasn't there been real dialogue on a path forward with the city to improve, to evolve, and collaborate? Why are the voices of honest, hardworking members of the club and community who share this are not being heard? The Toronto Humber Yacht Club has been part of the Humber River story, and it's part of its heritage. It has survived many challenges over the decades, and through all of that, one thing has remained consistent: a group of people who care deeply about the river, its wildlife, and its history. Why ignore us? Today's decision is not simply about a lease renewal. It's about whether Toronto believes that community institutions, ones with decades of history and deep civic roots, deserve an opportunity to evolve and work with the city rather than just disappear. The Humber River belongs to everyone in the city, and the best way to protect it is not by pushing communities away, by bringing them to work into protecting it, by hearing our voices. I hope the city will choose partnership, dialogue, and stewardship as a path forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Holyday?
Mr. De Silva, thank you for speaking to us. I just want to go back to the most basic points that you're talking to us about. This report recommends that the city make leases with a number of boating clubs across the city, but yours is not included.
Correct.
That's the crux of your deputation. Can you tell us how many members you have?
We have currently 60 members.
And does that include their families and others that would enjoy the club?
No, those are 60 members that we have, which is part of the boating community and the canoeing community.
Okay, and what social aspects are there to your club besides boating? Or are there social aspects?
Well, there is the community clubhouse, which has a rich history with the social, it's a social club, and many people around the community, generations of which, still come there and enjoy the Humber River, tell stories, and so on. We also have a relationship with the Toronto Boy Scouts where they come and they spend time looking at the river, and we do food drives for local communities and so on.
So there's this big, it says yacht club, but do you have these giant, massive yachts coming in there that you'd see in the movies? Right, so do I understand this right? Your club is more about social. Some people have boats, but people spend time there. And it's not just jump into a boat, drive out in the lake, and come back. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most of our members, most of the time, socialize within the club grounds. Various weeks, especially on weekends, some members will take their boat out and go to Hanson's Point or Ward's Island. But simply put, we just enjoy the river.
How far is it from the boat club to Lake Ontario? Right, it's on the river.
It's roughly about a kilometer and a half.
Okay, so other than coming to and from the clubhouse and the facilities, do people hang around on the river like they go out on the lake? Do they not?
Yeah, we do. So we have various sized boats, and we do promote and encourage kayaking and canoeing. And some of our members, even though they have boats there, they also have kayaks and they have canoes.
You're in Park Valley. Are there boat launches besides yourself in the vicinity?
Yes, there's a public boat launch at Kings Mill Park, which is right beside the yacht club to the south.
Are there any other boat launches or docks between you and the lake?
There is another boat launch down by South Kingsway, close to the river mouth, just before the Queensway Bridge. There's a boat launch there, a small public one that many boaters use as well.
Are there any private docks or people that have access to boating besides yourself?
There's several residences south of us along the river shoreline that own their own docks and their own boats on their own property, and they're on the Humber, yes.
So you're not the only people that use the river?
No, absolutely not. It is a very popular stopping point for many people in the city.
And when we talk about, the word yacht comes in the name, what are the boats like? Can you tell me the type of things that your members have? What's the range of vehicles, I guess they are?
The biggest boat on our club, I think, would be some like 27 feet.
Okay.
They're not really yachts. I mean, it's a classification because anything over 24 feet, if it has a kitchen, or you want to call it a kitchen or in a bathroom, it's considered technically a yacht. We're a boaters club. We're a social club. And we're one of Toronto's first yacht clubs. We call it a yacht club. That's the name that was given. We stuck to that name because of history.
So, you know, you see in the movies these big, what do they call them, cigarette boats, Mr. Chair, those things that they fly around on the ocean with. I mean, do people like line up on the river and put the throttle full blast and come flying out under the Humber Bay Bridge? I mean, it's like a shot from a movie, I guess. How do you behave when you're moving from the club onto the lake?
When you become a member of the Toronto Humber Yacht Club, there are bylaws, and each member has to abide by them. They sign in. It's a no-wake zone all the way up to the mouth of the lake. We instruct our members to stay in the center of the river and enjoy the wildlife, enjoy what you see. And respect that now, since COVID has come around, we've noticed the kayaking population has increased by a factor of 10, which we never saw before. Part of that is because we also encourage it. And up the river at the old mill, there's Toronto Island Adventures, which is a rental. They rent out canoes and they store them at our yacht club. We encourage that. We got that going. So no, we don't go flying up and down the river. There's no races. There's no, we instruct our members to respect the river and respect its users.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions, Deputy? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. De Silva, good morning and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
It's been said that your lease is actually not being terminated. It is expiring.
Correct.
What's the difference between termination and expiring?
Well, termination would be a violation of the lease terms and conditions, in which case they have just pulled it. In our case, the decision was made not to renew.
So help me to unpack this. Has there been issues with respect to problems with your lease or problems with respect to the actions of your members at the yacht club?
Well, with it, like expected with any 20-year lease, you're going to see a handover of members come and go. And like any institution, we're not perfect. We've had bad actors.
So tell me about that.
Well, we've had some people that violated the rules that Councillor Holiday was talking about. They would speed or not respect the wake zones. They would not keep our club rules, like they wouldn't keep their spot organized. Quickly, you're given a 3-strike, you're out policy. So you're verbal once, and then written up, and then the third one, you're terminated and you're off.
And then help me to understand the actions that you and other members of the board for the yacht club had taken in order to rectify those concerns.
Well, so far as club members are concerned, I think we've only had 3 incidences where that's happened. There have been other complaints from the city of violations of supposed trees and land encroachments, which we have already discussed with the city, and to our satisfaction and their satisfaction have been addressed. We didn't cut down any trees.
So all the issues that have been raised as it relates to the lease and potential infractions you have and members have responded to, as you've described it, to your satisfaction and that of the city's, correct?
Correct. We remedied every situation that came up, as you would expect to do, and improved.
So with respect to complaints that you've received, have you received them directly from the city, or have you also received from the TRCA, or a combination of both?
Predominantly, it's from a city representative. In various cases, they make reference to TCRA rules, but generally it's from parks.
Got you. So can you help me to understand, in the report, it talks about the need to restore, talks about shoreline erosion, talks about sustainability, and so on and so forth. With respect to your yacht club, would it be of interest to you to play a role in protecting the shoreline, ensuring the sustainability, and ensuring that, for example, good stewardship would take place with respect to the river and its connection to the lake as such? Would that be of benefit to you and your organization?
It would be an absolute benefit, and what we have here is, which we've shared with our members, is our Toronto Humber Yacht Club sustainability agenda for 2026.
Right. So if you have a lease, your organization have a lease, so the leaser relationship. So if they came to you and said, we need to work with you to collaborate to ensure that the concerns that the TRCA has, the city and all the residents, you would be amenable to working with them to rectify those concerns?
Absolutely, 100%.
Right. Have you been given that opportunity as it relates to the recommendations that's actually before us today, in essence, to support the termination or the removal of the operation of the yacht club?
No, there's been no dialogue with us.
And if that were granted to you and your members, would you be interested, would you want to facilitate and go through a process where you would be able to respond to the concerns that had been outlined in either a note, letter, or a report that helps you to say, okay, these are the things that the city is asking for in collaboration with the TRCA, and we would be more than delighted to work in collaboration. Would you be interested in that process?
Wholeheartedly.
And so why do you think this desire to not renew your lease or to terminate the lease, whichever one, because it's a bit of semantics. Some say, well, your lease is not being terminated. It's coming to an end. So they're not going to renew, but you're interested in renewing. So
Yes.
Why do you think this is?
Well, it goes back to my opening statement. Why? I don't know. We don't know why. And we've never given the opportunity or an explanation as to why.
And so 70 years of history would just all be for naught. And There is a real need. Members want to continue and to sustain this operation of this yacht club, whatever that definition actually means, because you don't really have yachts, you have some boats.
Last question, Councillor.
Yes, you have some boats that could be considered, I guess,
Technically,
poor
a
man's yacht, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. We're just
I don't mean to be negative.
No, it's
in
fine.
terms
We
of
are a
this.
blue collar club. We are a very small blue collar club. Our fees generally, they're capped at $5,000 a year for all year round, as opposed to 10 to 20,000 anywhere else. We are a blue collar club.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Sorry, Councillor Perks, my apologies. I know you're side councillor. Did you have questions of the deputant or?
Not of the deputant. I'll have questions of staff when we get there.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. De Silva, sorry, what's your role with the Humber Yacht Club?
I am the Vice Commodore.
And I just wanted to ask, so in our report, it says there's a line, the Toronto Humber Yacht Club will not have its lease renewed and will not be operating in the coming 2026 boat season following an extensive evaluation by city staff in consultation with the Toronto Region Conservation Authority as the landowner. Do you have a report from them explaining what the issues are?
No, sir. This is the fundamental issue that we have here. We have not been given any room for real dialogue. We have not been provided any explanation as to what the real reason why our lease is not being renewed.
You haven't received any documentation at all from the city about?
We have received documentation to that our lease is not going to be renewed and that we are to decommission the site immediately. And signs were put up abruptly, basically saying no boating in 2026. That was our extent. Previous to that, we were in communication with Jennifer Kowalski.
The documentation that you received, because this is an extensive evaluation. So when from your perspective, our staff and the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, when they're doing that evaluation, you had no input in that evaluation?
No, sir. We were never invited to walk with the TCRA up and down the shoreline to talk about the impact shoreline erosion. That has never happened. We have had inspections of our club where they looked at what's on our club, any violations, like there's a propane tank here from the barbecue, it shouldn't be left out. Okay, we cleaned that up right away. Little violations like that, which we quickly remedy, but to be a part, were we ever invited or asked to be a part of an extensive collaboration discussion about how we can better improve the shoreline? I wish we were, Because I have 2 reports here from the City of Toronto about the Toronto Island Marina, 2 of them last year, about shoreline erosion, about impact to wildlife. And the reports are quite stunning because their conclusion is to work with the marinas there, 3 of them, in collaboration.
Yeah, sorry, can we go back to your marina if you don't mind?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm just trying, so in your opinion, if you've had no input into the city or the TRCA in that evaluation?
To my knowledge, no one, including myself or no one on our board, has ever been a part of that conversation.
Okay, all right. And then earlier with regards to Councillor Thompson's questions, you held up a document, said it was an ecological guidelines that the club is following.
Yeah, this is our sustainability agenda, which we drafted in 2025.
Okay.
We are going to implement it and present it to our club members at the AGM in November of last year, but it got postponed because we found out that our lease wasn't being renewed. So obviously we had not more important, but our club members had other things in mind. So, but it has been drafted and it's been here on the works. We've been working on this for 2 years.
Okay, so it's been drafted, but it hasn't been approved and put in place.
It's been approved by our board. It hasn't been put to the floor at their AGM for a vote.
Okay, and so the recommendations or what's in that report that you want to do to maintain the ecological sustainability of the Humber River, is that work being done and you're just assume that your membership's going to approve it? Or how is your club maintaining the ecological sustainability of the river?
So what this does is it expands our existing one. It takes it to a different level. Now, because we're a non-for-profit, profitability is not something that we have. So we have to work with our annual fees and work with our limited budget. And we have done that. One major thing that we have implemented in the last 2-3 years was previously our docks were wood docks, and they would be supported by driving the supports into the sediment of the river, which we've had ongoing discussions about the environmental impact of that because it does 2 things. Number one, it stirs up sediment, and the last thing that it does is when it does have heavy rainfall, it creates turbulence. So we've invested a substantial amount of money into putting floating docks, which was part of our environmental plan. We had more information here, which we were going to invest into seeing what we can do about protecting wildlife. Now, we have a small program right now where we protect turtles and geese when they, in the springtime when they lay their eggs. We put little flags and little pictures and capturing where they're being nested and not to be disturbed. We wanted to expand that along the river. And we also wanted to expand our Clean Up the River campaign, which we do twice a year, which is a volunteer program. We wanted to expand that to 4 times a year and start from Old Mill all the way down to the lake rather than just from our club down halfway down.
Okay, all right. And then in terms, so your members pay a membership fee.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my microphone buttons. No problem. They're new. I guess they need to be worked in a little more. So anyway, you're pay a membership fee and you operate as a non-for-profit?
Yes, sir. We're a non-for-profit organization.
Okay. Because you're paying members have a membership fee, there's no public access to your property.
The public does not have access to our property, but there's a couple of reasons for that. We don't stop the public from coming in. They're welcome to come. We are forbidden on our lease to conduct business within a business, so we cannot have, like, our bar is not open to anyone of the public unless you become a social member. Okay. If you become a social member, then you can come in and enjoy it. However, that being the case, we do invite outside organizations like the Boy Scouts and other charities to come onto our premises and enjoy our facilities.
And sorry, my time is almost up. I just want to go quickly back to, you said you had a discussion about the docks not being embedded into the sediment and floating docks. Who was that? With city staff or TRCA?
No, that was totally us. That was our decision that we made. This is part of our original environmental sustainability plan. We had no instruction from the city. We did that on our own. It was our own capital. It was our own decision. It's what we thought was best for the river. and it works, because last year we had 2 major storms and 2 major floodings. A lot of marinas around the GTA lost a lot of docks, ended up in the lake. We did not lose one.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I'm at the end of my time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And our next speaker,
Here, just an point of order. We
Councillor
have a
Thompson.
visiting member, or 2 visiting members of council who are here, and they may want to ask this speaker questions.
Did you have questions of the deputant? Sorry, Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson, for that. I did miss the original submission. Actually, Councillor Sachs and I were in a meeting together, running over, so I will save my questions for staff and for future deputants, but I do appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next deputant is Chris Windsor from the Council of Commodores. Morning, Mr. Windsor. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Ainsley and councillors. So I'm the, excuse me, I'm the chair of the Council of Commodores, and the council is a body made up of senior boat club leadership around the GTA, which meets regularly to address matters of common interest. A working group of the Council of Commodores has been working for the last 2 years with city staff to facilitate the renewal of the 24 boating clubs identified in Appendix B of the accompanying staff report. I'm here today along with representatives from the Royal Yacht Club, the Island Yacht Club, the Mimico Cruising Club, the Ashbridges Bay Yacht Club, the Toronto Windsurfing Club, and Highland Yacht Club to affirm that the 24 renewing clubs unanimously support the major terms and conditions for renewal as outlined in Appendix A of the staff report. And I ask that the committee here move to delegate the appropriate authorities to renew these leases. As Torontonians, we are absolutely blessed to enjoy one of the great waterfront cities of the world. Over many decades, Toronto's not-profit, volunteer-run sailing, boating, and rowing clubs have worked at no cost to the city to develop a diverse and thriving boating community, enabling direct access for Torontonians to a wide variety of waterfront activities and programming. In addition, Toronto's boating clubs have made and continue to make significant investment in facilities and related infrastructure, primarily sourced from Toronto businesses and service providers, which results in increased employment and significant economic impacts for our city. But I believe the real impact is measured in the many thousands of Torontonians who participate in healthy, low environmental impact on water activities. Whether it's taking Learn to Sail or Learn to Row or kayaking, windsurfing, cruising, or competing in one of the many regattas hosted by our clubs, the on-water possibilities and availabilities for Torontonians are vast. And while most of us, the Toronto non-boating clubs, provide positive recreational and community experiences, for a few, especially talented young athletes, our clubs provide the facilities, resources, and training for them to go on to compete at the highest of international levels. And in addition to the clubs I mentioned represented here, we have 2 such exceptional athletes in the gallery here today whose journeys began in programs offered by these clubs, and I'd just like to acknowledge them here. Mariah? Thanks, Mariah. Mariah Millen was born and raised here in Toronto Island, where she spent most of her summers learning to love sailing. Mariah's had many successful results on the world stage, including 2 second-place finishes at the North Americans, 4th at the 2019 Pan American Games, and she represented Canada at the Tokyo Summer Olympics. And seated next to her, thank you, Mr. Councillor Thompson. Next to her, Clara Gravely. Clara started her career. Do you want to acknowledge Thanks, Claire. Started her career at Ashbridges Bay in a Learn to Sail program. And after winning a gold medal at the Canada Summer Games, she stepped onto the world stage at the 2017 World Youth Championships in China, finishing 14th. And Claire continues to compete internationally and train towards a goal of bringing home an Olympic medal for Canada. So thank you both for being here in support of this motion. Mariah and Clara clearly benefited from the opportunities provided by their local boating clubs, which is exactly the way that it should be. Toronto's boat clubs are committed to being inclusive, accessible communities who look to foster the next generation of sailing and rowing and kayaking and windsurfing talent, and to provide a home for the rest of us passionate recreational boaters of all types. And I'd just like to emphasize that the 24 renewing boating clubs are fundamentally aligned with the city in terms of the provisions of community benefits. It has always been in our interest to grow participation in our sports and in our organizations, to reach out to new publics, to lower barriers to entry, and to grow the overall Toronto boating community. And we will happily continue to do so. So again, on behalf of the 24 renewing clubs identified in Appendix B, I ask that you move to delegate the appropriate authority to renew these leases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Windsor. Ladies, once again, thank you very much for being here this morning and everything you do on behalf of Canada. Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have questions of the deputy?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for that deputation, but also thank you for the work that you've done with City of Toronto staff to get us here. I've been watching how this process goes, and I know that there's been a really robust conversation about increasing public access, and I know you guys have been quite helpful with that. One little thing that I noticed is in the appendix that details the kind of terms that city staff would be looking for in the lease. There's no real description of what public access means. My intention through the chair is to move a motion to put in language which comes from city staff based on the conversations that you guys have had with them. The reason I want to do that is I've had experience where these leases get 10, 15 years old and nobody who was involved remembers what the details were. Would you object to us putting some of those details into that appendix so that staff have something to refer to capture the essence of the conversations they've had with you on public access?
No, as I said, that and thank you for the recognition of the work that our working group has done with staff. It has been a lengthy, detailed process. I think it's been one that's ultimately netted out in a very mutually beneficial manner. It's a win-win for Torontonians. We're fundamentally aligned with the three broad categories of community benefit that have been identified. And moreover, we've also happily agreed to the reporting mechanisms that have been introduced by staff, both in terms of the nature of those, the nature of the method and the templates of reporting benefit, and also the frequency of the reporting in, because as I said, we're proud of the work that we do and how that extends in terms of outreach and other aspects.
Great, thank you. And again, thanks for being such good partners in this conversation.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Other questions from outside members? Councillor Sachs? Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Mr. Chair, yeah, because it's timely, I'd like to raise the point of order that to advise you that I would like to ask questions of Toronto Water relating to their sewer and water infrastructure in the Humber Valley as it pertains to this report. and I understand they might not be in the room. So I just want to advise you, Mr. Chair, if there's a call could be made to have someone, they're not going to be super detailed, but there'll be some questions about their infrastructure.
Okay, we can ask the clerk if we can get somebody here from Toronto Water. Councillor Sachs, questions of the deputant?
Thank you, first of all, for your deputation and for all the work of the boat clubs along our waterfront. One of the proposed recommendations is there be no jet ski rentals. Are privately owned jet skis operated out of your members' clubs, and how many of them are there?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. I am only aware of one club environment in which there are less than 10 jet skis, and they are not the primary watercraft. In fact, they're a tertiary one. They're called a second tender. In other words, the boat that is the primary boat for the membership is a normal boat, and then you have what's called a tender, which is an auxiliary craft, and then some have jet skis there. But we don't, the vast majority of clubs do not host and house, and I would remind that of the 24, more than half are fully human-powered boating clubs, you know, kayaks and canoes and windsurfers and rowing, etc. Or small dinghy sailing, what we call dry sailing, that you pull the boat in and out of the water every time you use it.
Right. You might have seen my letter that I'm asking that we do a review next year about the jets, the most highly polluting engines. If, first of all, if the city did adopt a policy, your members would comply with the policy, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And would you anticipate that there would be a serious adverse effect on your members if we were to adopt such a policy?
Yes, grosso modo, they'd be a lot happier.
They'd be happier. Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Morley, do you have questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we're going to bring it into committee. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the most basic question. What's a Commodore?
Well, I often ask myself that. Yeah, so Commodore is an elected position. It's effectively if you will, it's the chair of the board of the yacht club, of the boating club.
Like
so
the president or the...
Correct, of a board, yes.
It's a member, not an employee.
No, these are all volunteer-run groups, and so you're elected by your membership, and then you have governance and fiduciary responsibilities to the board.
Okay, and so you're part of a group of Commodores, so club presidents essentially, and sort of playing language. Can you tell me terms like yacht club or boating club? It kind of projects this idea of elite or rich people flying around on big yachts and stuff. Is that a reality? I mean, who are the people that use boating clubs? In a general term, boating club, but I know they go by various names.
Yeah, and I mean, again, of the 24 that are renewing as identified in the appendix, many of the boating clubs, they're literally windsurfing clubs, or they're rowing clubs, they're what I just called dryland sailing clubs, meaning that these are small sailboats with no auxiliary forms of propulsion that you trailer in and rig and then pull them out when you're done. Clubs that are larger or have facilities to accommodate larger boats I can speak to my own experience. I'm at the Highland Yacht Club, which is in the Bluffers Park, beautiful Bluffers Park Basin. The average age of our fleet is 30 years old. The average value of that, I mean, fiberglass boats that are 30 years old are holes in the water where you throw money. So effectively, we're looking at sizes between 24 and 35 feet for a handful of those.
Sorry, these microphones can be frustrating.
Very finicky.
If there's an awkward pause, it's because the buttons don't activate quickly. But boating is an achievable sport for most people. Is that a fair fair assertion. Not, not everybody's going to boat. There is some cost to it, but to get out on the water in one way or another, most people can get to that. Even power boating, that's something that, an everyday person could do. Is that a fair? I don't boat, so I don't know, but.
Yes, and again, and I just keep referring to the variety of boating clubs that we have been working on behalf of that are part of this renewal process. But every one of those clubs has some form of outreach and some form of low barrier to entry. Again, speaking from my own experience, we have a crew membership, which means you can have access to boating without boat ownership, which is less than $100 a year. Other clubs actually maintain fleets of boats for the similar purpose of having folks be able to access the water and access our boating without having to even own a boat. So there's a myriad. I would say yes, there's, and I tried to emphasize earlier that it's in our interest. We are constantly trying to grow the base of active participants in water sports.
So yeah, and the last word you said is key, it's sports. So is it a fair understanding, and again, because I'm not part of this, but there's a very large social aspect to water sports. Some of the members have boats, some of them actively boat, some are crew, some don't even boat, but they're social members. So these clubs provide core fabric to our society. Is that a fair understanding? They serve a large segment of the population. It's not necessarily the rich and the elite. It's all sorts of people that are involved in water sports, and they get a lot more out of these clubs than simply a place to drop a boat in the water and go.
Yeah, just two things very briefly to that. I didn't even speak to some of the philanthropic work that these groups do in terms of outreach to various other communities and constituencies that don't have any experience of boating. There's an extensive amount of activity that goes on that way. But the other thing is just around the importance of the community aspect. One of the things we're seeing is there's a certain aging. I mean, it's probably just the demographic bubble writ large, but we're seeing a certain aging in the memberships right across the waterfront. And one of the vital aspects that the clubs provide is as older Torontonians maybe cease to be actively taking part in the on-water aspects, they change into social or life members or other things and continue to be there for community. And we know, especially with those demographics, the importance of community in terms of health outcome.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Thank you, Mr. Windsor. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Daniel Tate from Integrity TO. You don't have to run, Daniel. Morning, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. And make sure green button turns on your microphone.
Okay, thank you and good morning. Dear committee members, on behalf of the Integrity TO Citizen Coalition, I'm writing to express serious concerns regarding the city's treatment of a long-standing Toronto boating institution, the Toronto Humber Yacht Club. For nearly 7 decades, this club has served generations of Torontonians who share a love of boating, the outdoors, and community life on our waterfront. Founded in 1956, the Toronto Humber Yacht Club has been a gathering place where neighbors connect, friendships are formed, and families pass down a tradition of boating from one generation to the next. Its clubhouse walls, lined with the names of past Commodores, reflect a proud history of civic camaraderie and volunteer stewardship. It is therefore deeply troubling that the city appears to be prepared to abruptly terminate this 70-year tradition. The club has reportedly been given minimal notice to vacate its lease with vague environmental justifications and no clear report explaining why this specific club is being targeted. The Toronto Humber Yacht Club is a nonprofit organization. Without the revenue from the 2026 boating season, it does not have the financial capacity to suddenly relocate or dismantle its facilities. Placing the club in this position is punitive, it's unfair, and it raises serious concerns, not only among the members, but across Toronto's broader boating community. As we saw in the Westin Lions Arena saga, Torontonians care deeply about tradition and community spaces. Institutions that have fostered recreation, volunteerism, and camaraderie over generations should not be unilaterally dismantled without a transparent process, due diligence, and a fair opportunity to address concerns. At present, the city has not demonstrated good faith in two key respects. One, clearly articulating why this club, after nearly 70 years of operation, must suddenly cease operating at this location. And two, providing the club a fair opportunity to resolve or mitigate any issues raised by the city, the TRCA, or other stakeholders. If the concerns relate to jet skis, noise, or environmental matters, then those issues should be addressed collaboratively through reasonable mitigation measures. Any rational observer would conclude that abruptly shutting down a long-standing community institution without meaningful consultation is both unfair, unnecessary, and sends a chilling message to all community clubs who lease land from the city. On behalf of the Integrity TO Citizen Coalition, we respectfully urge this committee to include the Toronto Humber Yacht Club in the renewal framework, contingent upon a mutually agreed path forward that addresses any legitimate concerns. Toronto has a proud and vibrant tradition of boating. If we value that tradition, we must ensure that historic community clubs like the Toronto Humber Yacht Club are given a fair chance to continue serving the citizens of this city. And just as an aside, to demonstrate the incredible tradition and heritage of this boating club, I wanted to share with the members here this incredible frame. And what we see here is the list of all our World War II veterans who were avid mariners and boaters who helped build this club and were proud members of this club. In fact, you can see on the bottom, there's various different insignias representing different battalions or troops that members were a part of. So on the bottom left here, we can see these members were in the Canadian Navy. You can see the Union Jack and the boat, and they were looking for U-boats on the seas. And then, of course, there were airmen and women. And so I think this is a powerful frame, and it tells you the history and the lineage and the tradition of this boat club. And I think we need to be very careful, as we've seen in many other stories in this city, that when we have such great traditions, we have to be super sensitive and careful on how we approach them in situations like these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tate. Question? Microphones. Question of the deputy from outside members? Seeing none, we will bring it into committee. Councillor Holyday, yes? Yeah, I'm getting to you. Councillor Holyday. I was bringing it back into committee. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tate, I wondered if you would allow us to take a closer look at that frame, if that's okay.
You want me to bring it to you?
Right now, because there's a wall now between us.
Sure.
And just secondly, it's a general question about your observation. You cited some other decisions that council made, and this is one that's before council. Are there concerns about public perception and decision-making as it pertains to services and amenities to the public? And how do you think the process could be better because what I detect is an erosion of confidence. So how could we get people more confident in the decisions? And this is an example.
Well, I think there just needs to be a lot more transparency and an understanding of the justification of why certain decisions are being made. And as was echoed by other deputants, it seems to be very opaque. Why are particular boat clubs being singled out to be excluded from this renewal framework? And why are those justifications not backed with powerful documentation? I mean, if, and this is a big if, but if there are ecological impacts of certain boating clubs, there should be a comprehensive, scientifically backed environmental report saying as such. And then that report should have mitigation measures and remediation measures that are clearly outlined. That is missing here, and that is problematic.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the deputant.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Thompson? No. Thank you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you.
We have one more deputant on this item, Tino Martin. Is there a Tino Martin here? Yep.
Good morning, committee chair, everyone here. Thank you for having me. I've now been a member for the yacht club, so I'll be speaking to you strictly as a member. It's about 4 years ago when I first stepped onto the grounds of the yacht club, and prior to that, I didn't have much comparison as to what it's supposed to be because I had just purchased my boat a year prior to this, in which I got to see what a marina was like. But the moment that I stepped on to the yacht club, I immediately noticed that there was something different from your standard marinas to the one that I had, which is the only one that I could speak of. What I noticed that there was a community within a community of itself. And right off the bat, it was something that enticed me to want to stay and actually be a part of. And one of those things is that the club itself, which I later learned, which of course was a non-for-profit organization, which they couldn't have employees and so on and so forth, that they kind of fended for themselves. They made sure that the members were the ones that took care of the grounds. And what caught me was that it was a lot of the members that would be involved. It wasn't just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 that were there. It was like a community. In which that they would make sure that the grounds were clean, they would make sure, bathrooms are up to date, the garbage is getting picked up. And as I said earlier, the one thing that really caught me was the fact that they would not only do it for the club itself, it would also be for the grounds outside of the club. We're neighbored to a dog park. I think it's a Kingsmill Park that's beside us, in which they would also clean that up, which I was like, wow, that's amazing. Then we would get onto what we call our barge, and actually clean garbage and tires out of the river itself. Now, as much fun as that is, I actually enjoyed it because it was the camaraderie of the people that were involved, where we got to actually enjoy cleaning up the river and cleaning up the parks. Now, for myself, my family is here with me. I've got children. One is Gabriel, who is 10, and Luca is 5. Put your hands up, guys. Okay, these guys jump out and clean with us, right? So they're also enjoying it. So for me, it's tough because losing the club means a lot to them, right? My biggest concern about losing the club is that we lose what the club does for the community, okay? We also police a lot of the stuff that happens on the river. Now, naturally, we don't have cameras on the river. We don't have, post stations where we're watching people come up and down the river. But when we do see somebody doing something wrong on the river, we try to stop it as best as to what we're capable of doing. When people are speeding on Sea-Doos, it's us that are stopping them. We've got canoers and kayakers who flip over, and it's us as the club, like, oh my God, they're in trouble, let's go get them. It's us that is doing that. In respects to the public, Our Vice Commodore had said that, that we're not open to the public, and he's correct, as a non-for-profit, we can't have the public come into the club and purchase stuff because it's non-for-profit. However, we have children fishing off of our docks all the time. There are people that are coming sometimes accidentally thinking that there was maybe the launch ramp, this is where it's at. Hey, listen, you want to launch your canoe, go ahead. We've never really stopped anyone in the sense of, you can't get to the water from here, you have to go somewhere else. We have had people come in who've accidentally like, oh, we don't know where we are, and yes, we've sent them on the way to where, although the launch is on the other side, or advised them that this is private property, you can't just kind of hang out here. If you want to use the river, go ahead. If you don't, then that's kind of where it is. So no, we're not per se closed to the public as much as we are open to the public, if that makes any sense. In my opinion, closing the club will hurt the river. We're not going to be there to police it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions to the deputant from outside committee members? Seeing none. Inside committee members? Councillor Holyday.
Sir, thank you for speaking to us, and I can tell that this is very personal. Can you tell the committee members what the members of the club will face if it closes? Or even the very simple notion of prohibiting things like motorized watercraft? Because I think that's central to the club. It has been traditionally. What does that mean for the members? What do you face?
Well, I think I have to speak for myself as a member. The Toronto Humber Yacht Club has allowed me to be able to be a boater. Only because I can't afford $20,000 somewhere else, right? So this has allowed me to have my family there, to enjoy the social. I actually happen to be the head of the social committee there, where we do Friday night dinners, which is a potluck dinner that we all enjoy. We did a North feed South, where the north side of the club fed the south side of the club, where and vice versa on another event. So losing the club in my situation would be is that I would have to sell my boat, because I simply can't afford to bring it somewhere else. I'm assuming that for other members, it may or may not be the same. So I can't speak for them on their behalf, but what I can say is that we'd definitely be losing, not just the social, we'd be losing the family, my kids.
It's not in the report. In fact, the report before us is really short with its rationale on closing the club, but I can't help miss that in the media there's undertones of bad behavior.
Okay.
And accusations that club members or at least boaters on the river have behaved very poorly with other people in watercraft in the area. What have you seen? Do you think there's merit to that? And I mean, you can be candid with the committee, even if it is cases of that, but what would you tell us? What's your advice as somebody that spends time around there? Is that true?
It's true that there has been conflicts between committee and boaters. And the only thing that I can say to that is that when the club was told about this, that there's been problems on the water via kayakers or maybe word tuffles between people or whatever, the club has said, well, how do we fix this? Because we have a public launch ramp that's beside us. We cannot say that maybe it was them, maybe it was us. So how can we fix this as a club so that we can identify who is actually doing whatever it is that the community is saying that we are? So what the yacht club has done is we've put flags on our boat representing our yacht club, so that if somebody from the community or from the bank or a fisherman or somebody was to say, hey, that was from the club. Why? Because we've put our flags and we made it mandatory so that we can say, hey, it wasn't us. It's got to be somebody else. So, I mean, yes, we're not perfect. We did, like our Vice Commodore said, we did have people that, yeah, they were bad apples, but we weeded them out. Same thing with our jet skis. This is something that we've had a problem with the community. They're saying that they're complaining that jet skiers are, racing down the river. We tried to address that to the point where at this past AGM, we decided to weed them out. So slowly we're kind of getting them out of the club. There are no new jet skiers allowed at our club. So if you're coming in as a new member and you have a jet ski, put it in your garage because it's not welcome in our club.
So do you think the club has taken action and would, in earnest, probably try to take additional actions to deal with problems because you want to survive? You want to be able to stay more time after 70 years.
But the irony of it all is that we never said that we weren't going to. We've never actually given the chance to say, hey, listen, can you guys do this and this and this? We've taken it upon ourselves to be able to do this and this and this. Now, if the city or if anyone comes and says, hey, listen, can you guys try doing this and see if that works? Well, yes, by all means, we will. Because we've taken our own measures to try to make things better, not just for us, but for the community as well. And not to mention the environment of the actual river itself.
Let's just set the club aside for a second. I'm assuming you have a boat.
I do.
You do. You have a boat. You're not anonymous. The watercraft has identifiers. Just tell us, because I don't know this, but if you act irresponsibly, whether it's on the Humber River or on Lake Ontario or another place, you drive too fast close to somebody else, whatever it is, right? You speed. Maybe you can tell me what the rules are for the river. What happens to you? Can the people call the police on you? Can you lose your boater's license? Are there implications for misbehaving that boaters, generally speaking, are held to account for?
Well, absolutely. A boating license is no different than a driver's license on the road. I mean, we are backed by a driver's license. So now I'm glad that you mentioned that calling the police. We've done that numerous times from people that we've caught that we couldn't say to them, hey, slow down. There's kids, there's speed, there's wake, there's so on. So we've had to call the police ourselves. Now, whether or not something happens thereafter via the police or that I don't know. I personally have never been caught speeding because I don't speed. So I wouldn't be able to say, hey, listen, I got caught speeding once and you either get a ticket or get license suspended. That I don't know, so I can't speak to that. But we ourselves have called the police on people who have been doing it wrong, and I would only assume that others would call the police if they saw somebody doing something wrong. But in the fact that I know that there is tickets for speeding, you cannot be speeding within 100 meters of shore. Of course, being dangerous and reckless. No, I mean, there's tickets and possible loss of license.
Mr. Chair, if I could get an answer to the requirements that you have to follow in the river?
Well, it's a no-wake zone. We have a rule of trying to stay into the middle for many reasons. There's kayakers and canoers, and like our Commodore said, that it's over the years it's gotten extremely, extremely busy, especially after COVID. So staying in the middle allows everybody to kind of enjoy the river. It's the depth of the river also as well. If we go too close to the shore, we get our boat stuck, and of course that becomes an environmental issue. But realistically, our rules are the rules of boating. We're not allowed to do a certain amount of things, so therefore we don't do it based on holding our license. So even if we could speed down the river, we can't because the law itself says that we're not allowed to, and we're law-abiding for our boating license for that matter. It goes no different with any other boating rules on the lake.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Appreciate your time this morning. We're now going to bring it into committee. Thank you very much. So questions of staff now from outside committee members first. Councillor Morley.
To me?
Thank you. No, to staff. You're all good. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I have a few questions on this, and I will be supportive of the staff recommendations overall. I want to narrow down and drill down to the Toronto Humber Yacht Club, which was obviously an area of concern for some of the deputants here today, and obviously falls in my ward, so I've been engaged on this file for some time. On the question of the overall recommendation not to renew here, can you give us some high-level color as to why that is the case?
Through the chair, Toronto Humber Yacht Club was assessed as part of the broader review of the city's boat club leases. In that review, we looked at across the portfolio of the site conditions, lease history, planning and environmental considerations, and future land use context. Toronto Humber Yacht Club is unique because it's the only club located on a river in a highly sensitive river valley setting. So following review and consultation, staff concluded that a less intrusive land use at this site would better support river valley health, ecological management, and long-term resilience to flooding and erosion.
Thank you. Are we, I'm not sure, and forgive me, please advise, Mr. Chair, if we're allowed to talk to status of the lease and any contravention of the lease over the years in public forum?
Thanks. Through the chair, the lease is currently in overhold. Since 2018, there have been 5 default notices and more than 15 written communications between the city and the club around the concerns of operations.
And so that's dating back to 2018, you mentioned?
That's correct.
Thank you. There were claims today about the club never been given the chance to correct some of those challenges that were flagged and given in written notification from the city over the last number of years. Can you speak to whether or not the club has been given a chance to address the numerous concerns advised by the city?
Thanks. Through the chair, as I mentioned, there have been more than 15 different written communications between both the city and the club. The club had retained legal representation throughout this process. And throughout, since 2018, we have seen very little substantive change around the defaults that we have noticed on site, including the construction of non-permitted structures and the operations on the site. So this has been an ongoing dialogue since 2018.
Thank you for that confirmation. With respect to the notification of members, my office has been fielding quite a number of calls. We do share the concerns of folks like Tino and his family who who deserve information in a timely manner so they can understand what's coming down and why the city's made this decision, but also what options are available to them. Can you speak to the responsibilities of the club for notification of their members versus the city for notification?
Thanks. Through the chair, the city's relationship is with the club. They are the tenant, and so it is up to the club to provide notice to their members. We became aware that that communication may not be very clear, as we as the city had received many questions ourselves. We originally notified THYC of the non-renewal in June, also recognizing that the season would be concluded and we would work collaboratively on what the wind-up would look like at the end of the 25 boating season. Throughout 2025, following a site visit with TRCA, city staff, and the boat club in the summer of 25, city have heard very little engagement from the boat club, and in January we made the decision to provide notice on the site to ensure members were made aware of the non-renewal.
That's very helpful, thank you. So outside of some of the interest in media, there's been a number of news reports and things of that nature. We haven't had much direct communication from the club itself to the appropriate staff.
Through the chair, you are correct. After the site visit in the summer of 2025, we have, as a staff level, reached out repeatedly without any response. It wasn't until mid-January the club finally responded to letters from the city regarding discussions around moving to the next step, the wind-up, what the future of the site would look like, and what role the club could play in the future planning of the site. Since that time, we have exchanged, I think, approximately 4 written communications, none of which have been focused on the future or decommissioning, all of which have been focused on the non-renewal.
Thank you, that's my time. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Mr. Chair,
Morley.
can I raise a point of order?
Councillor Holyday, point of order.
There was significant new information in those questions and answers because the report cites rationale. I'm going to just say, within the umbrella of environmental concerns, can the committee have those 15 written communications? They were just brought up. Can we have copies brought to the committee? Is that possible?
Yep, I don't have any problem with that. I don't know if
Sorry, Mr.
staff
Chair.
have a problem with that legally.
Mr. Chair, just as an additional point with respect to.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson, can I finish with this one first?
My apologies. Yes, of
No
course
problem.
you can. Yeah. But it relates to that.
Can they be provided or?
We can provide a summary of those communications. I think we can add that to the report if it would be helpful.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Thompson, you had a point?
Yeah, just to add to that point, I mean, we're expected to read these reports, expected to make major decisions, yet this information is not contained in the report. It would have been really helpful, at least to me, to have had those details in this report. Perhaps I would have come to another conclusion. I am at a point now where the conclusion I've arrived at, I'm going to stick with it because I'm not sure what the secret is or what was the purpose of not providing that information in the report, because it would have been extremely helpful. Is there a reason why it wasn't contained? Is it, and now we are going to get at least, I guess, some provision of the details, but why wasn't it incorporated in the report since we're being asked to make such an important decision? This is a club that has a 70-year history. And yes, maybe there's bad behavior and so on and so forth, but at least we as decision makers should have been informed of that. I don't have that. And I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, unfair to us to make a decision that is so important. What is it that staff's hiding? Why?
Staff can ask you to comment on that, why the information wasn't included?
Through the chair, the primary reason that the club is not being renewed is fundamentally its location on the Humber River. And that is the references that are in the report.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I would also clarify that the non-renewal is not a decision in front of the committee. The report is focused on a recommendation of a suite of renewals, and that was the distinction that we made. We're happy to provide more information if that would be of assistance.
Okay, all right, thank you.
A further point of order, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Councillor Holiday.
This may be for you or the clerk to determine. What I just heard was important, and that is staff's comment that the non-renewal is not before the committee. I would put to you, Mr. Chair, that the non-renewal of a boating club, of which we do not have the council history of the decision of from 70 years ago, is a significant public policy decision. And so if it's not before the committee, then where is it? Because I think that's what we're debating here. And is that within the purview of this committee to determine? And if it's not, then what committee did it go through? Because I watched the council agendas.
You know, Mr. Chair, just with respect to the addition and add some additional comments here to this, I don't understand what staff means by the fact that the renewal of this lease is not in front of us. I mean, quite frankly, if it was simply to deal with the issue of sustainability, erosion, and so on and so forth, well, that could have been done in a different context. And we could then also be talking about how this club could work with the city and the TRCA to ensure that their lease stays in place, as well as responding to the issues with respect to sustainability, environmental issues, erosion, and so on and so forth. So I'm really confused now. I understand that there are issues relating to the complaints and so on. So we've now then distilled that and say, that's not really important because we're not going to provide you with that information. What's important is really not renewing the lease. And the basis of not renewing the lease is about environmental concern, erosion concerns, and sustainability and so on.
Right, so I think those points were all outlined in the report. The meat of the concerns, the complaints were not provided.
Yes. All right. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Sorry. I don't know who's...
It's Gord Perks.
Sorry, Councillor, you're not a member of the committee.
No, I know. I just wanted to make sure that I got a chance to question staff.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I don't know what the will of the committee is. We can defer this if you'd like more detailed information.
like a chance to
That would be
question
the
staff
best.
before there are any votes on the item.
He's not a member of the committee.
Sorry, Councillor, we're brought this item into committee.
I'm sorry, I sent a
Point
text.
of
I've
order.
had connected from.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair, if I may. I don't know if I can call that, but we were on outside questions and we hadn't concluded them. Councillor Sachs was next as an outside councillor.
Order, Chair.
Councillor Holiday?
I'm prepared to move a deferral at this point in time.
And I'm prepared
given
to
the
vote on it.
conclusion,
Well, we're not
and I
there
think-
yet.
I think it is in order. I think we can move deferral during any course of the item.
Yeah.
Not you're questioning staff.
I'm sorry, who's chairing?
Sorry, and I just told you we're still questioning staff. You can move that at the appropriate time if you want.
Mr. Chair, I believe it is the appropriate time. And we can seek the advice of the clerk, but I believe during any time during consideration of the item, a motion to defer can occur.
I don't believe so.
Mr. Chair, can we just listen to some questions? Is it such a big deal to hear people ask questions before we defer? I'm not sure what all the cloak and dagger is here and the maneuvering. I'd like to hear some questions, and I have some myself before I'm prepared to vote on a deferral.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. So we're going to go back to questions of staff. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. My question is about the public consultation process that led up to this report. Further to our discussion, Mr. Hanna, in the report, you recommend no rental provisions for jet skis, and you heard the Commodore's comment. Did you conduct any public consultation on whether or not we should put an additional condition relating to owned jet skis and or to either two-stroke engines or providing electrical supplies for engines? Did you do consultation on any of those things during this process?
Through the chair, the recommendation before committee stipulates that we would not allow boat clubs the permission to do jet ski rentals, which is long held Parks and Rec policy. The recommendation around, or the thing around privately owned jet skis, there are a very, very small number of privately owned jet skis.
I'm sorry, you're not answering my question. My question is, did you do a consultation on this issue?
We have not done a consultation on private jet skis at this time. I know that the city manager's office is leading a larger report on personal watercraft safety.
Right, but my question is not about safety. So you didn't do any consultation about jet skis. Did you do any consultation about two-stroke engines that pump pollution into the water with every stroke? And did you do any consultation about providing electrical charging at these boat facilities?
Through the chair, we have not done any public consultation about two-stroke engines or electrical charging.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Sorry, did Councillor Perks? No Councillor Perks? All right.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Perks, I need you to turn your video on.
Unfortunately, I'm having connection issues. I've had to leave my computer. I'm now connected by phone. If I connect by phone, then I drop.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. First, during one of the deputations, I asked if the Coalition of Commodores would be comfortable about adding some language, making it more explicit what we mean by public access. I've worked with staff to draft a motion. Staff have made some edits to it. So you're comfortable with the motion that I've submitted to Councillor Ainslie?
Through the chair, we are.
Thank you. On to the issue of the ecological sensitivity at the mouth of the Humber. Among the concerns that have been raised with the Humber Yacht Club, is it correct that they have encroached onto TRCA lands outside their leased area?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Is it correct that they have been storing fuel in a way that city staff are concerned about?
Sorry, through the chair, there are gas fueling stations on the site that there have been complaints and issues that city staff have commented on.
Is it the case that there have been bonfires on the site near the fuel storage?
Through the chair, we have been made aware that there have been, in fact, bonfires and parties of sight on the site.
Okay. In terms of protecting the shoreline, one of the things we try to do is to make sure that there aren't a lot of craft with very big wakes. There's an ecological reason for that. Have staff noted party nights, Iron River raves, things like this, that could be creating wake that damage the shoreline?
Through the chair, I can't comment on, I don't have information specifically around the named theme nights or anything like that. I'm just aware that there have been issues around the overall management of the site and some of the activities that have taken place on the site, as outlined through some of the complaints that we've received.
So, in sum, the encroachment on ecologically sensitive TRCA lands, concerns about storage of fuel, concerns about fires, concerns from complaints about wakes from power boats disturbing the banks. These are all ecological problems that have been raised with the boat club by city staff in the past. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I won't be able to wave my hand, but I would like to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Perks, I missed the last part.
I won't be able to wave my hand because I'm having camera problems, but I would like to speak to the item.
All right, thank you. All right, I believe that's all of the outside councillors. We're going to bring it into committee. Councillor Thompson, questions to staff?
I think I've got the answers already,
okay.
Although I didn't get the information.
Councillor Holiday, questions of staff?
Absolutely. So which public servant made the decision to not move forward on the lease and when?
Through the chair, the decision reflected in the report is the city staff recommendation following an extensive cross-divisional review of all boat club leases. The review was led by Parks and Recreation Corporate Real Estate Management. Parks and Recreation is responsible for parkland management. Corporate Real Estate is responsible for the administration of city leases.
Sorry, the club has been informed that their lease is not being renewing, yes or no?
That is correct.
Who made the decision to do that? And when?
So the recommendation was reviewed through the city's senior management process, including at the time the general manager of Parks and Recreation. It's now being reflected in the committee report. If you're referring to when was the club told?
Sorry, Councillor, could you let him finish his answer?
I'd like an answer to my question. It's important.
Councillor, I'll hold your time, but he is trying to answer your question.
I asked which public servant, Mr. Chair.
If you could not interrupt him and let him finish his answer. And then if you dispute his answer, you can ask another question. Thank you.
The question is as to when did the club receive notice or a letter as to when they would not being renewed? It's June 2025.
Which public servant made the decision not to renew the lease and when that led to that letter?
So the decision not to renew the lease was ultimately made by Parks and Recreation. It would have been at the senior management level at that time, which would have been the general manager of Parks and Recreation. It would have been in spring 2025.
Spring 2025, so about a year ago.
Correct.
What was the rationale for making that decision?
The rationale for making that decision was the location of Toronto Humber Yacht Club being within the Humber River and the environmental considerations related to that club in that location.
Okay, and that's what the report says before us, right? Ecological, erosion management, that sort of stuff. That's the rationale. So anything else to do with behaviors and leases and notices that we were provided before didn't go into that decision, yes or no?
The biggest reason why the
okay,
club
perfect.
is not being renewed
Thank
is
you.
because of its location.
I want to ask would we have General Manager of Water here or somebody? Thank you, Lou.
Right behind you.
The assertion is that this has to do with power boating on the water. That's a federal jurisdiction, is it not? I don't know if you can answer that.
Yes, boating, safety, and on Lake Ontario in particular is tied to federal government.
Okay, but the river itself, that is Toronto jurisdiction, because you have lots of infrastructure there, or is it TRCA?
The jurisdiction for the river, the watershed, and the lands is TRCA, except for those locations where we do have infrastructure.
Right, infrastructure. We approved some today. Sewage pumping stations. There's certainly storm sewer outfalls up the river. Is there combined sewer overflows?
Not in the immediate vicinity of this boating club, but upstream there are.
Yeah, for sure. The Humber River, the sewer pumps right into there in bad storms, does it not? Like raw sewage.
That's correct. There's a few outfalls on Black Creek that work its way into the Humber River.
Just to the south, there's a massive sewage treatment plant that has its output. And when things get real bad, sometimes it has to release partially or untreated sewage, does it not?
It does have that, but we have our bypass that goes into Lake Ontario, not into Humber River.
Okay, so the operative piece here is power boats. Power boats have a propeller, or they have a channelized propulsion system in the case of a jet ski. In your experience, Mr. General Manager, knowing the size of the water course, what's in it, knowing the millions of liters of untreated water that flows into that river during a rainstorm, what effect could there possibly be on motorized props, on the integrity of that river system 1 kilometer up from the shore, knowing that there's no restriction, it's a federal matter on boats? In your expertise, do you see any thread that ties this together?
The way I would describe that with the magnitude of the storms that we see coming down the Humber River and the force of flow that's coming down the Humber River, that is the primary impact of erosion that we see at our level, at Toronto water level.
Right, so a little boat puttering up and down the river at how many kilometers an hour is not eroding the side of the bank. Whatever it does pales in comparison to the millions of liters of untreated water that goes into that water course during a storm surge. Those are the big issues that the TRCA handles.
Last question, Councillor.
To you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. We're looking at things on a watershed basis, particularly, though the TRCA may have site-specific concerns when you have users of which Toronto Water wouldn't be directly involved in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holladay. Councillor Burnside, do you have any questions of staff?
Yeah, I sure do. Thank you. So probably someone on the park side of things, but why do they have a no wake policy for boats on rivers in general? Can you stop my time, please?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Waterways are regulated by the federal government, so we're not really in a position to answer as to no wakes.
Well, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm actually trying to understand. But if you have if you don't want to renew a lease based on power boats, would you not know? I'm seriously not trying to be argumentative, but would you not know the rationale to that?
The policy rationale that we relied on for the decision around Toronto Humber Yacht Club really relies on the City of Toronto official plan around natural heritage system policies, as well as watershed and valley corridor policy framework, all which point towards protecting and enhancing natural features and functions, shoreline stability, and ecological restoration within river valleys.
Okay, so then what's the impact of a motorboat on those? And if you don't know the answer, no problem. That's probably why I'll vote for a deferral, because I really need to understand this. I'm having a hard time getting my head around it. If no one has the answer to that, that can be an answer. That's okay. Okay, let me go to my next question then. I think that's my answer. So in terms of the
Councillor Burnside, I think we have an answer for you.
oh cool, thanks.
Through the chair, so the TRC is the owner of the property, and TRC's primary concerns are with the land uses on land and how those land uses impact natural heritage and ecology, river health, erosion impacts, etc. We do not regulate use of boats on the water. Our concern is primarily with the land use on the property that we own.
So then the motorboats or powered watercraft aren't actually the issue then, is what you're saying?
From TRCA's perspective, that's correct. We are primarily concerned with the property and the land uses that are required to support a motorized club of this size.
Okay, so from a city perspective then, is it like, I thought this was all about motorboats, but if it's land use is kind of different, is it about motorboats?
To the chair, the City of Toronto does not have authority over the waterway, so we cannot control which boats go up and down the river. What we can control through partnership with the TRCA is what activities take place on land.
Okay, so having a motor craft, how does it negatively impact the land? Could you help me understand that? As opposed to a sailboat.
To the chair, so again, while we don't control the types of vehicles that go up and down the river, the issuance of motorboats on the river is what we're trying to dissuade through what we do have authority on, which is the land use.
But no one's able to tell me, and the TRCA wasn't able to say what the problem of that boat on the river is. You know what? I'm going to move on because honestly, that's the most convoluted answer I've heard in a long time, and I'm sure there was no intent there. Let me just ask you this, or ask staff this. There's the environmental aspect to this. There's also I'll say a behavioral aspect. Forget the environmental. Would the behavioral aspect be enough to cancel the lease? Or not? Or it's not even, I don't think you're even canceling. I think you're not renewing, and I think there is a distinction there, correct?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, because we are not talking about a termination, the behavior, the historic behavior was a consideration in the decision, but was not determinative. The determination around what the next steps on the site was influenced by TRCA and Parks' position around the sensitivity of the land use and the impact of future boat club activities within the River Valley. If we were discussing a termination, historic behavior would definitely influence that decision, but given the lease is naturally at its end and we're talking about what is coming in the future, I would suggest that it was just a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. Councillor Thompson? You're good? All right. Can I get my round in first? That's okay. So I just want to start by asking staff, so in the, sorry, I wanted to ask staff by starting, so in the summary of the report, and I mentioned this earlier to the first deputant, it said the 2026 boating season, so it's not being renewed following an extensive evaluation by city staff and consultation with the Toronto Region and Conservation Authorities, the landowner. So I want to ask both city staff and TRCA staff, because the first deputant that said they were, I believe, the vice president of the Humber Yacht Club, they said they'd hardly had any no communication from either party, and I'd like both of you to comment on that, because there was a comment about a number of issues over the years that you provided the yacht club would notice that their lease wasn't being renewed, But what happened prior to that? What happened, that extensive evaluation? Like, what happened there for you to reach this decision, but the vice chair, vice president of the Humber Club said they've had no interaction. So I'm trying to understand.
Thanks. Through
How
you.
we got here.
Through you. As I had mentioned, there has been an ongoing dialogue with the Yacht Club since 2018 around actions on the site, the city's concerns around both their operational management and some of the sensitivities on the land. TRCA has been a part of those conversations at various points. After the termination or the non-renewal was issued, there was a site visit that TRCA participated in to walk through some of the considerations that led up to that decision with the boat club. I'll pass it over to see if TRCA had anything to add.
Through the chair, so TRCA participated in the process by assisting the city with technical data and review of the site. We have not, the city has, holds the lease with the clubs, and they have led all communications with the leaseholder, and we have participated by supporting them with a review of not only this site, but all 24 boat club sites.
Okay.
And then through the chair, just through the chair, if I could just add, at that site, and I want to go back because it was a question raised by other members of outside, but also in this committee, it is in a flood-prone, vulnerable, ecologically sensitive area of the Humber River Valley. And so, you know, the continued use, any continued risk in this area, any continued use entails risk. And I just wanted to put that forward as well from a hazard perspective as well, continued, and that's why originally these lands were post-Hazel acquired by public bodies. Thank you.
Okay, and could somebody from the TRCA speak a bit about, so in the summary, I'd said, so the TRCA is a landowner determining a less intensive land use would better support ecological management objectives. And could you speak about what those ecological management objectives are? And I guess also in light of what Mr. DiGeronimo was saying earlier about affluence. I have the right word?
The question was primarily about large storm events and erosion that we have sites. From a standpoint of outfalls, not a major concern because they're storm related, and the plant discharges to the lake, so it's not right in that same area.
Okay. So could you talk, could the TRCA talk a little bit about what they're looking for around ecological management objectives? And it says improving the river health and resilience to flooding. So I know you mentioned, Mr. McKenzie mentioned a bit about a floodplain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so through the chair, this area is regulated, and any future use there would require permits under the Conservation Authorities Act. But also we would be looking and working with the City of Toronto to identify and pursue habitat enhancement opportunities, restoration opportunities. So this includes things like reducing the amount of hard surfaces, increasing biodiversity and permeable surfaces, and just making that shoreline more resistant to those increasingly severe weather events that we are experiencing that cause flooding and erosion.
Okay, and sorry, the yacht club's on a floodplain?
It is correct.
Okay, so 2026, like I've been on the TRCA for a number of years now, we just don't build on floodplains. We don't allow, in 2026, would we allow a yacht club on this floodplain?
So any new uses on the site would have to go through our permitting process under the Conservation Authorities Act. And so there's very limited uses that would be applicable in this type of area, new types of uses.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Prior to 2018, what were the concerns that the city had and the TRCA had with respect to the yacht club and the Humber River?
Sorry, Councillor, through the chair, prior to 2018?
That is my question. That's part of the question. Yes, prior to 2018. It seems that part of your response to many of the questions you have used 2018, I would just use the term as a baseline. I'm just curious as to prior to 2018, what were the concerns? Did you have dialogue with respect to the yacht club about concern about ecological concern, biodiversity concern, all the concerns that you're bringing forward now? What were your concerns prior to 2018?
Thank you. Through the chair, from a lease management perspective, our files show that the operational considerations and operational concerns peaked in 2018 when we saw potentially a significant change in the management, such that that's when our dialogue started to go around how the site was being managed. Pre-2018, we don't have anything on file that said we had concerns on the management.
Right. So you have now just provided us with information that there were behavioral issues that has basically brought this into your purview. Is that what you just basically intimated?
Thanks. Through the chair, I would suggest prior to 2018, we did not have any documented concerns on the operations. I would say we did not start our review of the boat club portfolio and our renewal strategy until I suggest maybe in 2022 or 2023 when we started to look at renewal of the overall boat club portfolio.
All right. A good portion of my ward is in what's considered the floodplain. We have a bank, we have a complete plaza, we have a number of apartment buildings or condos, 1470 Midland, 2500 Lawrence Avenue. Would you prescribe some type of measures to ask that we remove all those tenants from those buildings and properties and relocate them because they're in a floodplain? Would you do that today, knowing what you know now?
Through the chair, maybe I'll start on this. And yes, I'm very...
And he's from Scarborough.
And yes, through the chair, yes, I am. And I'm familiar with the Bayview floodplain and another of the special policy areas and flood vulnerable areas that you speak to. There are policies recognizing historical development. Right. And so we do that. In this case, where we have, this site in particular that we're speaking of today, there was high lake and flood inundation issues in 2017 and 2019 with the high lake levels that impacted this club. And it is something that, obviously with our mandate of hazards, we're concerned about additional impacts coming in the future. But definitely we have special policies for those parts of Scarborough and other parts of the city that, take into account that historical development and try to do the best efforts from that point in order to mitigate flood risks. Thank you.
And I appreciate your answer, Mr. McKenzie. And so is it not possible to utilize some of those same characteristics and or measures to ensure that the yacht club can sustain or could sustain its presence at this location in collaboration with the TRC and the city to address all those concerns that are now evident in post-2018?
So through the chair, because at this point in time, it is not, I guess, deemed to be a permanent use. We haven't been looking at that with city staff as yet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I believe that is everybody in the committee. Councillor Holyday, you requested a second round?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On a point of order, may I request a second round?
Okay. Sorry,
If it's a second round, I'd like to ask questions too. It's Councillor Perks.
Councillor Perks, you beat me to it. Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff for some of the answers they've given. They've really clarified the issue. So this club was established, I've heard 70 years ago. That would have been before Hurricane Hazel, right?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And since Hurricane Hazel happened, we've gone back and really changed the regulatory environment for these lands. And as we just heard in a recent answer, flooding continues to be a problem on this site. Also, is that correct?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Also, there's been considerably more work done through our official plan and through the TRCA trying to do renaturalization of river mouths. We've also put billions of dollars into renewing the mouth of the Don. So this is common work that we're doing where rivers meet the lake. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And the presence of a boat club, particularly a boat club which has begun encroaching outside their lease area onto sensitive lands and into a city park, isn't something that you would recommend we continue with. Did I lose you?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Morley? You're good? Councillor Holiday, you asked for a second round?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, there's a lot today, so I just got to circle back to something I heard. Did I hear correctly that the issue that has contributed to the decision of the non-renewal has to do with the land use of the club in the River Valley?
To the chair, the decision not to renew the club has to deal with the location of the club on the Humber River Valley.
And not the land use?
The decision is due to the fact that the club has motorized boats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to the motorized. So if the club did not have motorized boats, then there's no longer a consideration. Is that right? Like, I got to follow the logic here. This is problematic.
So, to the chair, that's correct. So, to stay consistent, the issue is that it's a motorized boat club on the Humber River.
All right. So, in terms of back to what we just heard from the TRCA, this is down on a floodplain, there's erosion, there's all sorts of stuff going on that causes concern over the renewal of this lease. What does that have to do with the motorization of the boats that are floating on the water? Like, tie that together for me. Can anybody tie it together? It's a little prop spinning in the water. Is there anything else about the boats that causes it to be a conflict or a problem of renewing the lease in the valley? Like, there's the old mill up the river. There's, oh my goodness, we talked about it today, the Weston Lions Arena. That's on the flood valley, the Evergreen Brickworks. We renewed that lease, didn't we? We just did.
To the chair, so it's a motorized boat club. There's gas tanks on the land. There's a fuel recharging for the boats on the land. So all of this is linked together.
So fuel's the issue in the floodplain.
There's environmental considerations both from the fact that it's a motorized boat and that there's motorized boat club and that there's motorized boats and also that there are things such as fuel tanks and other things that contribute to that.
What other things?
Well, it's fuel tanks and fuel pumps.
Fuel tanks, okay, so now we're down to fuel tanks and fuel pumps existing on the plain of the river. Okay, are there cars down there? Is there a road?
To the chair, there's
okay. All right, so can technology mitigate the issue with fuel being down on the river valley? Is there a way, what I'm putting to you, there's a cancellation of a 70-year lease and we're down to fuel tanks. Can that be mitigated? Is that a possibility? Did anyone have that conversation?
So to the chair, so we've been trying to communicate or have been communicating with the club since June 2025.
But the decision was before that.
Sorry, Counselor, if we can.
Sorry, I'm sorry,
I know
I
it's
just-
some of us, it's an
frustrating,
emotional
Chair.
item, but if we could refrain from yelling at staff. Thank you.
I didn't even, I apologize.
Apologize to me.
No, I apologize to staff for being
Thank
excited.
you.
So communication prior to the notice to terminate. Excuse me, not terminate, to non-renew. We get the language correct.
Thanks. Through the chair, there has been extensive communication with the club around their operations on the site, compliance with the lease, and a decision was made around non-renewal. After the non-renewal, there was extensive efforts by staff to sit and discuss with the club around what decommissioning could look like and about the city's plans for the next step on the site. The club has not engaged in those communications to date without a discussion on renewal. We are more than happy to sit with the club to talk about what the site looks like going into the future.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions from committee members?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Counselor Burnside?
Yeah, just two questions, actually. Thank you very much. So is this the only club we're talking about in terms of leases, in terms of not renewing? Like, are all the other clubs good?
Through the chair, yes, this is the only club that is not being renewed.
Okay. And just back to Councillor Perk's question about Hurricane Hazel, was that before or after the club was established? What was the answer?
I can tell you it was after.
Apologies,
Which was
I do
after?
not know when Hurricane Hazel was.
1956.
Well, no, but it's important because like details are important.
I understand.
And staff answered a question from Councillor Perks. I just want to make sure that the answer was a correct answer. He asked about when the club was established vis-a-vis Hurricane Hazel. Maybe the staff member that answered could say what they said.
So the club was established 70 years ago, Councillor. I believe the Hurricane Hazel was in the early 1950s.
No, but I want to know what the answer was to Councillor Perk's question. I thought I heard that it was said the club was established before Hurricane Hazel. I could be wrong. I just want to know what the answer was. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. No
John McKenzie, what year was Hurricane Hazel?
Through the chair, 1954.
What year was the club established?
1936.
Thank you.
56.
Is that good, John?
56.
Sorry, Councillor Burnside?
No, respectfully, Mr. Chair, I understand. I looked it up. I understand the dates. Councillor Perks asked the question of staff whether this. I want to know what staff answered because I just want to make sure the accuracy of the answers we're getting. That's all I'm asking. Not for a history lesson necessarily, respectfully.
So to the chair, sorry, I may have misspoke. And the club was established in 1956. Hurricane Hazel was before that time.
And my impression was that the answer was that the club was from staff was that the answer was that Hurricane Hazel, that the club was established before Hurricane Hazel. Yeah.
If I to the chair, if I misspoke, I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. And just on a point of order, I want to clarify, I was not alive when Hurricane Hazel happened. Okay, I believe that is all of our... You didn't stick your hand up. Would you like to ask her? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, you mentioned on numerous occasions about decommissioning this site and so on, and efforts were made to have dialogue with the club. Was there any effort made to speak to the club about relocation, and had you taken a look at potential site where the club could have been relocated?
Through the chair, our discussions with the club to date have stayed focused mainly on an opportunity around renewal. We think that we have been more than willing to engage in discussions around the future of the club. We have not had specific conversations about relocation.
I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Your discussion was around renewal. Renewal of what? The club, or renewal of the site? Renewal around ecology? Renewal around working with respect to erosion? What is the renewal that you're talking about?
Through the chair, it is around the non-renewal and the notice the club received. Since that point, all of the communications from the club have been focused on disputing the non-renewal as opposed to focusing on discussions around next steps.
All right, so again, I'm really confused because I thought I heard renewal, not non-renewal. No, I'm hearing non-renewal relating to the club, but with respect to the club itself, it has a history of 70 years. We have people who are users of the facilities of the clubs. A gentleman came and talked about himself and his family and his kids who are here because of March break and so on. I'm glad that they're here. Did you take into consideration the actual impact on the members of the club, irrespective of some of the behavioral issues that was been raised? Had there been any consideration about potentially relocating the club elsewhere, and of course putting in place sort of measures to mitigate the issues or concerns that came through the complaints as relating from the community? Was there any efforts made to relocate the club, given the fact that you want to do all of this work around sustainability, ecological concern, the erosion concerns? Did you have any consideration for the continuance of the club maybe elsewhere? Or was that not part of your responsibility?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, we recognize the non-renewal is very impactful to just the club and the members using the club. Since early this year, we understood that the communications with the membership was not clear. The city has since set up a website to support users at the club in identifying other relocation sites to relocate. The other boat clubs have stepped up, and we know that there is a lot of conversation around ensuring all of the current users have space for their boats into the upcoming boat season. We have also communicated a willingness to talk about the future of the boat club and next steps around the site with the boat club. We have communicated that several times.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. And just before we proceed any further on this, I need to move so sorry, just the members of the committee, we're supposed to have a break at 12:30. I'm going to move a motion to continue to finish the agenda. All in favor? And that carries. Oh, there's the motion. Thank you, Matthew. All right, so we have finished questions of staff. So we're now moving on to speakers. Outside councillors first, I saw Councillor Morley, and I believe Councillor Perks, you're still online?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Morley and then Councillor Perks. Councillor Morley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This has been a tough one for me, but something certainly my office has been engaged in for quite some time. In Etobicoke Lakeshore, we're very lucky to host 4 yacht clubs. We've got the Lakeshore Yacht Club, the Humber Bay, of course, the Humber Bay Yacht Club, as well as the Mimico Yacht Club, and others. And so I've been on site to every single one, including the Toronto Humber Yacht Club this past summer. Staff referenced the meeting with TRCA, park staff, and my office. We met at that time with the Commodore to have a discussion about the news that had been shared regarding non-renewal. And again, there are a lot of, I think, really sound and important reasons and rationale within this report that talk about the ecological environmental sensitivity and the unique nature of the Toronto Humber Yacht Club on the river. It is the only one of its type in a watershed in a sensitive ecological area, which is also a floodplain. That in and of itself, I think, as we do 25-year reviews, we've learned a lot. We're in the midst of a climate crisis. We've got, extreme weather continuing to impact our communities. Flooding is a real thing that happens in our ward and affects many of our residents. So as a city, I think we've really been focused on our climate and environmental goals and the necessary work required for us to get to better outcomes for Torontonians and to future-proof our city from environmental impacts. I think that in and of itself is a clear and strong rationale for the recommendations here today, as well as we heard a little bit about, and I do regret it wasn't further articulated for transparency for members of the public, for members of the club, and certainly club leadership, as to the challenges with collaboration with the city over the years. We heard about 5 default notices that have been given over the last 8 years to this club, and 15 written correspondences around compliance and opportunities to collaborate with the city and be in good standing as a leasee. That has not happened. Those opportunities have not been taken advantage of, and unfortunately we haven't seen a level of confidence that with the existing significant concerns related to the uses on this club, that there is a collaborative partner on site. So for those reasons, I am supportive of the staff recommendations. Again, this has been a long-standing conversation that's been ongoing for some time, and we've also spoken, understanding the impact to members there. We've spoken with the Commodores from other clubs, the other 3 clubs on the waterfront in our ward, to ensure that they have an opportunity to warmly receive potential members who want to relocate and continue to recreate in our community in a good way. We understand that some members have been absorbed and have been able to, avail themselves of those opportunities with other clubs on the waterfront. We're really glad to hear that. We hope more will come, or more to come on that. But again, there are a number of issues here that are very clear to me as the local councillor that really affirm and validate the staff's recommendations here. And I, though I'm not a voting member of this committee, will be supporting at council, and I'll leave it there, as I never usually take my 5 minutes. But I do think that this is an important one, and I'm glad I could join the committee to share my voice as the local councillor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by reminding members of the committee that in questions of the deputants and staff, I highlighted that there's a motion which you, Mr. Chair, will be moving that just makes it a little bit more explicit in the appendix what the city means when we say public access. I will tell you, having dealt with waterfront clubs, it's usually wonderful, but from time to time we've run into problems because leases that were signed 20 and 30 years ago, nobody can really remember what the intention was. So I think if we put that more explicit language in, it will be helpful in the decade or 2 to come to make sure everyone understands. Next, I want to congratulate Councillor Burnside on his detective work. I really should have asked a more precise question, which is, when did the regulations that resulted from Hurricane Hazel come into effect? And the answer to that would have been the TRCA was created in 1957 after this boat club, and further that the regulatory environment of trying to remove potentially hazardous or risky uses from watersheds has been evolving ever since. And I have quite a bit of experience with this, dealing with stuff up and down the Humber for years and years, and other members of council will have that experience too. Staff were absolutely correct in saying in today's regulatory environment, we would never cite a place with a clubhouse, boat launches on a site like this. We would be even more leery of doing it given the boat club's recent history of constructing structures outside their leased lands on sensitive areas. This is something they've done despite city staff telling them no. Before I go on with that, I want to address Councillor Holliday's suggestion you should defer the item. If you defer the item, you're essentially leaving the 24 clubs who are in good standing hanging. We have been through a lengthy consultation with them, and if they don't have their lease renewal, the consequence is very simple. They cannot go to a bank and get a loan to upgrade and maintain their boat clubs. Because they can't demonstrate that they have a long-term lease. You're effectively condemning those good faith clubs, those good actors, to paralysis and to having their facilities deteriorate because they can't do anything to make them better. So if you have concerns about getting further information on the Humber Yacht Club, please find a different mechanism and don't defer an item that deals with all of these 24. Now, in conclusion, I wanted to return to that deputation we had with the Vice Commodore. It's really important that we have partners who are operating in good faith. The Vice Commodore made two claims that are quite astonishing to me. One is that he had no communication from the city about this issue. City staff have demonstrated very clearly that they have had repeated attempts to enter into conversations with this club, and that the club only very recently accepted that invitation. I think it's bad to have a partner who makes claims that are false like this. Secondly, the Vice Commodore talked about their ecological plan, a plan that hasn't been adopted by their members, a plan that hasn't been shared with the city, a plan, quite frankly, that wouldn't meet the regulatory requirements that the TRCA puts in. So again, kind of a bad faith answer on their part. I'm disappointed that that happened, but I guess that's part of the course in dealing with these public lands. And I want to stress that. These are public lands. They are not lands owned by the Humber Yacht Club.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. We're going to bring it into committee speakers. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted, just before I spoke, Mr. Chair, there was a gentleman here earlier, and I don't see him now, but he is a former Olympian, actually, a bronze medalist in the 1984 Summer Olympics, and also he participated in the 1976 Olympics as well and finished 5th place, and that was Phil Monkton. He was here earlier, and so he's no longer here. He's gone. I'm sorry that he is not here, but I also wanted to recognize him because he has such a tremendous history and he's contributed so much to rowing and so on in Canada and globally. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Mr. Chair, if I knew more, I probably would be doing something different. I don't know more, and even the more that I know, I'm confused.
Sorry, Councillor, do you have a motion?
I do not.
No?
Because
okay.
I was going to, mine's all rolled up into what's been working on.
Okay,
so
all right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a motion, which would be to ask for basically continuance and to have an opportunity to defer and to work through with city staff. That's what I was going to move, but it's now rolled into what you're going to move. And I'm happy with respect to that. And again, I want to say to our staff, this is not your finest hour, unfortunately. With the exception of Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie, you are always terrific, and thank you for your leadership and so on. I could say more with respect to staff, but I won't. I would just say that it's just not your finest hour, and I would hope that going forward, we will have brighter elements of reports with respect to more details that helps us to at least formulate.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm going to, on a point of privilege.
Sure.
Making comments about staff that have no avenue to defend what they've done in a public forum, I'd ask you to withdraw that comment.
So I won't withdraw it, Mr. Chair. I will just tell you that having sat here today, having the information that staff has provided, additionally, with respect to the information that staff have provided to my staff, has been very perplexing. I have chosen not to basically highlight any of the details other than what we've heard here today. I don't believe I owe staff an apology. I don't believe, quite frankly, I have inferred anything derogatory to the staff. In fact, I've been very kind and charitable, as I always am with staff. But I can tell you, based on the information that I've received here today and the answers, it's been very difficult for me to formulate a real constructive opinion and decision based on the information. So I will not withdraw it because I don't think it's improperly in front of us, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if you want to continue, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I will, lovely to do so. And so I'm very concerned about the types of information that we're receiving. The local councillor has spoken, and I have just great respect for her and so on. And as I said earlier, had I had different information, I probably would be siding with her today. I can't because I didn't formulate my opinion based on the information that's been conveyed. Lots of information has been conveyed to us here today. It's perplexing. Information I've received from the yacht club is also perplexing, and it's very difficult for me to actually arrive at a decision. I would like to ensure through the motion that you're bringing forward, Mr. Chair, and some of the elements that I had in my motion, it's incorporated, to ensure that maybe staff can go back and come back and bring us a report that we as members of council would well receive and would not, if you will, negate some of the elements of our decisions based on the fact of the information that we're receiving, which basically, I mean, if I had the right information, I'd make the right decision. I don't have the right information to make the right decision. And so for that, I'm going to lean on giving staff more time to come back with information that helps us to formulate and make a decision. My decision may change with that detailed information coming forward. It may not. But I would simply say this is not one of our finest hours. We have an organization, not-for-profit, that's been around for 70 years. I do think that's worth our consideration in terms of their operation. We've heard from staff that there was no attempt made to ensure that this club, this yacht club, could continue, basically. They've said, well, we've made arrangements so if their members wanted to join other clubs and organizations, they could do so and so on. Well, that's not good enough for me. I'm all in favor of supporting the ecological needs of the city, the erosion issues. I've had erosion issues in my ward. I have issues around floodplains, and Mr. McKenzie's absolutely right because we work with him and the TRC to address these things. But what I have in front of me today does not give me comfort to say that I have had the best information today from our professional staff. I'm not sure what happened, but something happened that we didn't get the information that I needed. I am being asked, in essence, to deal with the lease, although I said I'm not being asked. I'm not just being asked to deal with the environmental concerns and so on. But it also suggests to me that something happened after 2018, and obviously the staff had made a decision to obviously not proceed with respect to renewing the lease, and they've arrived at that. But I'm very, very concerned about the information that we've had to make a decision on today. So for that reason, I will actually support your motion and ask, and with respect to the deferral, and to bring this matter back, and perhaps further discussions can be had with the yacht club and its members, and perhaps we may make another decision, or we will continue as staff is hoping that we would arrive at this decision today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then just finally, I will not withdraw my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Holiday to speak. Councillor Burnside.
I'm good, thanks.
Councillor Holiday. Oh, I'm the last speaker. I'm the chair. Yes, I do. Yes. And the committee. So if you like to speak, go ahead.
First draft then? I'm not aware of the chair's prerogative to speak last.
That was my understanding. If I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to.
At council you can, but not here. The reason is, of course, I have an amendment to the motion.
Never had anybody ask me before, so.
It's okay. Say that you're in charge.
Sorry?
You can decide. It is.
So the clerk says I'm in charge of the speakers listed at the committee, so if you'd like to speak, go ahead.
So on a point of order, I have not added myself to the speakers list. I'm not aware of a rule that the chair can deny somebody to add themselves to the speakers list at any point.
So I just,
Nor
on
a
the
rule.
advice of the clerk that I just had, the chair's in charge of the speakers list.
Okay.
I've decided to speak last, so if you would like to speak, you have the floor.
If that's your ruling, Mr. Chair, I will then take the opportunity to speak and I will ask the clerk to present the motion. And that is the one with the extra wording in section 1, and I will explain why it's important. Mr. Clerk, do you need a moment? Should we stand it down, Mr. Chair? I'm sorry, it's quite unexpected and it's important. Okay. Okay. May I proceed, Mr. Chair? So the motion there has two operative parts to it. The first is it allows the club to remain open on a month-to-month overhold basis for the 2026 season and asks for more information to come back to the committee. I'm aware that another motion was coming, but the operative part of this is to allow the club to remain open. And the reason for that is to continue in any pattern otherwise is the constructive destruction of the club. If they're member-based and there is no opportunity for the members to pay dues and the club falls apart because of uncertainty and the uncertainty that has progressed over the last number of months, then there is no club and it's a moot point and the city has destroyed them. And so I believe that that is an absolutely critical part of this. Let's all take a deep breath. Let's allow them to operate in an overhold. This doesn't give a 20-year lease, and let's have the conversation that is needed to be had. Mr. Chair, my general comments to the committee are as follows. This is a club that has existed for 70 years. That is a lot longer than me, but I remember it as a boy. I remember going by on my bike, riding through the river valley. I also remember it because my grandfather was a member. He was a retired naval veteran. He joined that as a social club. It brought him much joy. He had many friends there. He spent time there. He played music there. That is what we're talking about, is a club that has social elements to it. It is the fabric on which our society is built. It is the heavy hand, the fist of the government that is crushing that. And when I look at the report, the rationale is as thin as the edge of this paper. And I apologize that I was curt in my questions, because in earnest, I have tried to figure out why they've done this. And I keep getting conflicting information back. It keeps going to ecology and erosion control. In the questions, I got down to fuel tanks. Fuel tanks at the river level. Are we talking about an issue with motorboats, Or are we talking an issue with the existence of a building and people gathering in the valley? And if it's the latter, because that's where this was left off as, we got some serious issues with things we approved today, like the Evergreen brickworks in the Don Valley. There is the hockey rink up the street in Weston. There are golf courses. There's the old mill. There's tennis courts. There's all kinds of things that have existed for decades in these valleys. There's things in Ward 2 on the Humber Valley, structures, community centers. Can we at least give the people a chance to have the conversation? And I resent the comments by one of my colleagues. A decision was made by a public servant sometime in the spring of 2025 not to renew the lease, a public servant. I'm not aware of any public process that went into that. I'm not aware of any stakeholder consultation that went into that decision. I understand some of the answers to questions I didn't ask that popped up about the lack of communication since then. I'd be angry too if I was a club member and told you're out. What chance have they been given to mitigate any alleged problems? I'm sure they're well motivated to change things, to make things better. But let's at least have a transparent process and some rationale on the table so that it can be criticized, because that is the job of the committee. If it's about props spinning in the riverbed, then so be it. Let's understand what that means for erosion. Is there a problem that needs to be solved? Let's get to the problem that needs to be resolved. I cannot support a process which the public does not have confidence in, and I find it extremely frustrating to have the answers that I got today that didn't align with each other from start to end of the question period, and pieces of information that I didn't need, because it all came down to the decision that was made in the spring of 2025. And some stuff to talk about since then, but it's up to that decision point that we don't have line of sight into. I think these people should be given a chance, at least for a little while, to continue to exist until we sort that out. If we have to come back to that in a couple of months, so be it. But this is what proper government does after 70 years.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Any questions of the mover?
Point of procedure, just confirming, I'm not allowed to ask questions as a non-member, right? Okay, just making sure. Thanks.
No. Committee members ask questions of the mover? No questions? Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I have a question, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Burnside, go ahead.
Yeah, Councillor Holyday, you mentioned that the yacht club folks didn't have an opportunity to converse with staff. Weren't they warned 15 times about various behavior in the last 8 years? Is that not an opportunity?
So that's the lack of clarity, because my understanding is that the decision not to renew after 70 years was not necessarily based on behaviors of the clubs or alleged violations. It had to do with the land use in the valley, and that's something different. And so
okay. No, that's good.
I don't think they were talked to about the land use.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Burnside. Other questions of the mover? Seeing none. Councillor Burnside, did you want to speak? I had asked you earlier, but we didn't connect.
No, I'm good, thanks. But thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Matthew, I have two motions I'm going to move. Yep, so this is the first motion that I'm moving. The General Government Committee amend the Community Benefits Access row in Appendix A, titled Major Terms and Conditions of the Lease Renewal Agreement, to the report as of February 23rd, 2026 from the Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate, and the General Manager of Parks and Recreation to read as follows. I'll just let you scroll. I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Perks. Yep, that's the first one. And then the second one I'm moving. So next, second one I'm moving, the General Government Committee recommends the City Council request the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, Parks and Recreation, and the Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Management report to the June 2nd, 26 meeting of the General Government Committee on the Humber River Yacht Club, including a detailed analysis and explanation of the concerns relating to river health, ecological management, objectives of long-term flood and erosion resilience, opportunities to correct river health and ecological management objectives and long-term flood and erosion issues, consideration of the closing of the river to all motorized boats, D, public and stakeholder public consultation on closing the river to motorized boats, ecological management objectives, and long-term flood erosion resilience, and E, opportunities for the club to mitigate any outstanding issues. So what this would do would bring staff back to answer a number of these objectives to our June 2nd meeting, work with the Humber River Yacht Club, but would pass and approve all of the other leases for the clubs so that things can move forward. And I want to thank staff for all of their work. I'm going to differentiate from Councillor Holiday a bit. I've been on the board of directors of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. I guess I'm well versed in floodplains and erosion control and the issues around them. There was comments made that the public needed to be engaged more around the Humber River Yacht Club. They are a membership-only club. That I understand staff have tried to reach out to on numerous occasions to deal with the issues on the property, how it is impacting the river, the Humber River. There has been a lack of communication back from the club that I understand, and so I'm putting forward this motion to see how we can move this situation forward. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, question?
Right, you moved two motions, one on behalf of Councillor Perks. Can you explain exactly what that means, the one from Councillor Perks?
The entire thing? So he's looking for clarity around rules and guidelines that staff are going to implement around public access at the clubs across our waterfront.
Good. I mean, I understood that. I just needed to explain. There are people watching, so they may not know. The other part is that Councillor Holiday has moved a motion, and you've moved a motion. There are similarities between the two. I think save and accept the continuity with respect to the month-to-month because of what the councillor has stated, ensuring that members could pay their dues, et cetera, should the continuance take place. I'm asking you, but maybe the clerk needs to answer. We could actually vote to support both, and they're not in contravention. Would that be your sense as to?
My understanding is Councillor Holiday's, the report's back is coming next year, and I'm asking for a report back in June.
Okay, got you. That's it. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'm happy to amend, so we'll do. No, I could amend the date to be June.
Yep.
Stephen, are you amending?
Okay.
You do amend it. You can make a friendly amendment.
Okay.
If you wanted to.
Chair, I think we're having a conversation on the floor with respect to Councillor Holiday's. What were you saying, Steve?
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, to allow them to stand together, I'm happy to amend the timing of my motion because of the messiness of this process. You know, that's a detail that's come out. And I also did want to ask a question of the mover on the first motion.
Okay, so on your first point, you can amend yours if you want or withdraw it and it'd be cleaner, in my opinion. And then the second, your question about public access, could I have the motion displayed?
Yeah, so the thing that I can amend is instead of reporting back in first quarter 2027, it's simply to report to the June 2nd committee meeting to keep the overhold until then.
So then I believe.
Yeah, that would be
allow them to. Identical then.
Well, but they're not. There's a very operative difference between my motion and yours, Mr. Chair, in that my motion includes the words to allow the club to remain in operation. Yours does not. They're two different things.
So I'm fine if you want to amend mine to say that, so it's clear that the club remain in operation until the review at June 2nd, 2026?
That was my intention, Mr. Chair, but I couldn't speak last. So the second...
Hold on, let's clear up the first one first. And
are you okay with that?
okay, good. Yep, now you had a public access question?
I did. I appreciate the utility of the amendment suggested by Councillor Perks to you. What I don't understand is whether or not the various clubs that are impacted by this have been consulted on the language. And I know that you may or may not have the answer to that.
My understanding from Councillor Perks was he had made some consultations. To every club, I don't know.
Do we know if the clubs are in agreement to this? It is significant.
My understanding from Councillor Perks was the clubs were in agreement.
The clubs were in agreement, so they... Okay, unfortunately, we can't ask staff, and maybe I'll have to wait till council. Okay, but your sense is that this is not controversial, that this is generally supported by the people that are affected by these leases?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, other questions of me? Seeing none. Okay, so we have... Yes. So Councillor Holiday, we're moving my motion with a friendly amendment from you.
Can we see it? Yes, so let's put that on.
Well, that would take the fun out of it. Yep. Okay. Should be June 2nd.
And Mr. Chair, for clarity as well on your motion, the last one, opportunities for the club to mitigate any outstanding issues, those issues are the ones that we heard about, not having to do with the windup of the club, but the issues to do with concerns of staff over the operation. The fuel tanks, whatever it was. That there's enough, is your understanding, Mr. Chair, there's enough breadth in that to cover the array of issues? Thank you. It's identical.
So I need you to withdraw your motion. Councillor Holiday?
So Chair, based on the amendments to your motion, I'm satisfied to withdraw my motion.
Okay.
I believe they're the same and mine would otherwise be redundant.
That's right. All in favor of Councillor Holiday withdrawing his motion? That carries. Public access? Yep. So we have my motion on public access.
So just again, just to confirm this point of order. So the public access will take care of the approvals, the lease approvals that we want to approve, correct?
Yes.
So there will be no delays with respect to those. And then the Humber Yacht Club, we will be bringing that back June the 2nd.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? That carries. And then motion B. All in favor? That carries. Item is amended. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. We're on to, sorry, we're going back to item number 5, which is held
Mr. Chair,
by...
and a point of order. I thought we were going to have a break.
No, we moved to finish the agenda.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I have a 1 o'clock meeting with Metrolinx, which I have to attend to.
Okay,
so-
Councillor Burnside, can you stay?
And
I wouldn't miss it.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Just sorry. I had a couple of items which were the ClaimsPro items.
Yeah, we were just...
We're going to get to those now? It was,
Yes, item number 5, we're doing now.
yeah. Okay, well, I'll
you
stay
helped.
for that. I'll get to the Metrolinx a little later. I'll just get my staff to start that and I'll get there. I'll be brief with those if you were there now. I'll have questions.
Okay. So we're on, just so everybody's knowledge, we're on GG 27.5, award of request for proposal document 53864877782 to ClaimsPro LP for the provision of insurance adjusting services, held by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, questions of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for this report. I wanted to understand, so the city is self-assured, insured, is that correct?
Through the chair, we do have a large self-insured retention for which insurance sits above and beyond that.
Sorry, I missed that part.
So above our self-insured retention, we do have insurance policies.
Okay, and the report in front of us here, is it dealing with insurance policy or is it dealing with our insured aspect?
So it would be relating to all claims within our self-insured retentions.
Ah, okay, gotcha. And with respect to ClaimsPro, do they have a group of individuals who are solely looking after the city's, I'll use the term city's business as it relates to this contract?
Through the chair, yes, the ClaimsPro adjusters are exclusive to the City of Toronto.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, because I was never sure of that, quite frankly. May I then ask you, if someone is driving on a roadway and hits a pothole, there's a lot of requirements for them if they make a claim. Would that be correct?
Through the chair. Yes, and in fact, we have a website about making a claim against the city, which sets out the procedures, the steps to follow for a constituent to make a claim.
Right. Most constituents are not even aware of the website. Would you agree?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Okay, great.
They have to use the website to submit a claim, so I suggest maybe they do know.
At some point. Yeah. Because after they've made the claim, they're told a series of things. So for example, when you make a claim with respect to a pothole, Is it your understanding that the claimant has to provide the measurement of the pothole, the depth of the potholes and those details? Are you aware of that?
It's helpful if they do, but sometimes I understand it's not possible because of the location of the pothole.
Okay, because I was going to go there. Like, would you expect them to measure the depth when traffic is going speedily by? Are you aware that that's an issue for some residents as such because the respondent at ClaimsPro will ask for that detail? Are you aware of that?
There is questions that the adjuster will ask.
Yeah.
And ideally, the answers are as complete as possible, but we also rely on reports from transportation as well. So it's not absolutely imperative. The more information, the more helpful it is.
So I gather what you just stated, that information from transportation could be utilized to support a claimant's claim?
Yes.
Okay, because many of my residents have not had that feature benefit at all. So that's very helpful. I wonder, is there a way that the process could actually be made easier from a time perspective and just the process? So it takes, I don't know what the average is, but some of my residents have waited over almost 9 months and some over a year to get a response back from ClaimsPro. Is there a way that we could shorten that time period?
Through the chair, it all has to do with the volume of claims. The adjusters do have to receive a report from transportation to determine whether minimum maintenance standards were followed, that kind of thing. And depending on the volume, it can take several months, unfortunately.
Got you. Thank you. Through this process, you've used a fairness monitor. Was that? You didn't? And can I ask why?
I think we use a fairness monitor whenever we're choosing one proponent, and we've done that for over a decade.
But in this case, were you choosing one proponent, or did you have more than one? You selected one. Sorry, Mrs. Sharkey?
Through the chair. So fairness monitors, as you know, are used in delicate instances, and we felt that this would be one of those instances because it is risk to the city. So we have to provide that extra layer of comfort.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. I had one I wanted to ask about, so with regards to, I'm pretty sure it's ClaimsPro. I've had residents, they hit a pothole and they file a claim and it's denied. And they've reached out to my office and said it's been denied because our staff have either put an orange ring around a pothole or, our staff put a pylon on a pothole in the middle of a road, and then, driving the speed limit, you don't see the orange ring around a pothole. Kids move the pylons off the road, and then their claim is denied, and I don't understand the rationale for that. My residents have said they've been told by our insurance company that it was reported and city have identified it, so we're no longer negligent, or we're not responsible for it because it was filed with the city and they've gone out and looked at it. I don't understand how that works, and I don't think my residents understand.
Through the chair, as I mentioned, our website does in great detail explain the pothole process and explains how the provincial minimum maintenance standards are sort of the guideline which we must follow in making decisions about deny or approve. So the city has to demonstrate they've patrolled the roadway a certain number of times depending on the classification of the roadway, and it also dictates if once a pothole is reported or discovered, how quickly it has to be repaired. So it's all based on the provincial minimum maintenance standards and whether or not the city has adhered to them.
So the minimum maintenance standards, created by the province and we adhere to them, how often do we give feedback to the province about, this is what's going on, you need to change them or review them? How often do we do that? Do we ever do it?
To the chair, I don't recall ever being consulted.
No, but so if myself as a councillor, I'm bringing this forward to you, that it's a concern for a lot of my residents. Who on the staff side gathers my input and then contacts the province and says, this is an issue that we're having, residents in Toronto are having with the minimum maintenance standard. Maybe the province should consider reviewing it. Is that done, or is that something I have to literally put a motion forward to direct you to do? Like, do they ever ask for feedback?
Through the chair, there is an association called the Good Roads Association.
Yep, I'm on the board of directors.
You're on the board. Well, that association from time to time will review the regulations and make recommendations to the province.
Yeah, but
that's the answer.
But even for myself sitting on that board, my residents aren't calling me because I'm on the board of directors of Good Roads. They're calling me because they hit a pothole and then staff tell me, well, we're not responsible for that, the damage to their car, because we put an orange circle around the pothole until it gets repaired. Or, I had a pothole in my street the other day. I drove around the corner. It had 4 orange pylons in it that kids were in the process of taking out of the side street roadway it was on because it was a fun thing to do for kids. So when they call me and I say that, and then I call you, like, who gathers that? So when I say I have an issue, like I'm telling you this issue now, nobody on your side of the table is going to contact the province and say, this is what's happening with the minimum standards. Maybe they need to be reviewed.
It could be.
So, Councillor, I may jump in really quickly because I think we're crossing over into a couple of different things. I think one thing is we do have capital asset management.
Well, no, sorry, Mr. Conforti, what I'm saying, we're going to approve a process for claims that I have a lot of issues with, and I think every councillor around this table would agree with me that they have the same issues with their residents. And so there's a glaring issue, and we're about to approve an insurance adjusting service to deal with an issue that I would like to know how that discrepancies get dealt with. And I'm not just going to approve something, and when my residents have their axle fall out of their car has $5,000 of damage because they hit a pothole, and when they go to the claims adjuster, and the claims adjuster said, well, we can't help you because that was reported last week, staff put an orange circle around it or a hole over it. And then my residents are going to come to me, really? Like, I just outlined all of that to you, and then 2 weeks later, you approved an adjusting service that's just going to continue that. So I'm trying to understand, if I'm having those issues, my colleagues are having those issues, how does it get brought to the proper authority's attention?
Yeah, and
if it doesn't, I would like to understand how we do that, because otherwise we're just going in circles.
Yeah, so happy to, so maybe we can chat further. I guess the point I was looking to raise is there's minimum standards that are brought forward by the province. The challenge that we face and some of the information that we collect through this process is around the condition of the roads and the efforts that we're taking to manage that. If your concern is really around the approach provided to our adjusters in terms of when they're looking at those claims, happy to take the feedback and look at our program and how we may be able to incorporate that in the direction we give our claim adjuster as they're reviewing.
But I guess, Mr. Conforti, I agree with that, but what I just heard from our staff, when I outlined what my concern is, and they pointed to minimum maintenance standards that are run by the province. So that we have no authority to change that minimum maintenance standard because they're mandated by the province.
Chair, as I said, The minimum maintenance standards are reviewed by the Good Roads Association, and they make recommendations to the province.
I understand that, but
so
my residents aren't calling the Good Roads Association, they're calling me, right? And if I said to my residents, I'm really sorry you have $5,000 damage to your car, I'm going to call the Good Roads Association and ask them to call the province. I know where that's going. Tony, we're going in circles. I'm over my time. Thank you. Sorry, other questions? Sorry, speakers on this? Councillor Thompson?
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you. And I think you've, hit some of the points there. And let me just thank the staff for this report, or both reports, this 5 and 720, GG 27.5 and 27.7. The reason why I asked questions about this matter wasn't so much about the actual contractual engagement and to continue with ClaimsPro, but it is with the issues that many of my residents have faced. And unfortunately for me, I also faced it a couple of years ago as well. I was actually asked to go and measure the depth of the pothole, measure the distance from the curb to where it was. I literally went with the tape measure, did it myself. I can't imagine some of the residents in my ward having to do that. And I appreciate the fact that there's information on the website and so on. And maybe us as councillors, we need to do more as well to inform our residents. And because I've been trying to do that since that particular experience. But unless you've had that experience, what the average residents have, you don't really understand the challenges that they face and so on. Some of them are not as computer savvy, for example. You have to upload, you have to provide all this details to ClaimsPro, and clearly not their fault. They're an entity that's providing a service to the city. There's a fee for service that we provide to them and so on. I just think that perhaps we could do a better job, and also the time that it takes to get a claim approved, actually, in my case, and that process, it took over 9 months. And it also took, I think, at least two staff changes at ClaimsPro. So one person left, another person took the file, so you had to almost go through, not completely, almost go through the same process again. I just really wanted to bring that forward. I don't have a motion at this time, but I'm going to think about what I could do bringing this to council and maybe asking our staff to kind of look at how we can work with ClaimsPro. As I said, it isn't their fault. Obviously, they're relying on us to ensure that we can provide them with information to help them to be able to, to deal with the time response or to deal with the process much smoother and so on. So I think that there's more work to be done there, given the fact that we've had numerous situations where residents have lost their axles. And yes, it is $5,000 to do the repair, and they have to come up with that money out of pocket before they can actually get a refund from ClaimsPro and so on and so forth. So I just think it really, it's incumbent on us to ensure that we increase or accelerate the timeline and decrease the delay and so on. I looked at the numbers. I don't have a problem. I don't know firsthand whether or not an annual amount of $6 million, it's $32 million that was actually here. There was an issue that I had noticed, and maybe it's just an issue around language in the report itself, where in one case it speaks to an up to limit of, I believe it was $32 million. And the other case, it had an amount. So there are two different things, which is up to and specific amount. So I wondered why that was written in the report in the manner that it was done, because I think it would have been better to at least clearly stating what the cost would be. So for example, on page 2 of 5 here, it talks about the potential costs to the city as estimated at $30.461 million. And then in the previous page to that, it had, where it talks about the, from the dates April 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2031, and you're talking about a contract in the amount of 30 million, but yet on the other page it says the potential cost is estimated at. So which is it? Is it an estimate or is it an exact amount? So I mean, maybe it's a language thing, but that for me doesn't help me, because are we paying the 30 million, or are we paying up to it, or is it even higher than that? Now, obviously it's a contract, so typically it wouldn't be higher than that unless you came back to us for an amendment at some point. But again, it's just perhaps the language and what's written here, how it's stated, would be more helpful to us. This is just a point. I'm just not castigating you, just simply saying maybe if it could be a little clearer for us, because we're reading these things, and I know Mr. Chair will wrap up and say, we're reading these things, whether or not it's on the weekend or late night, and so when you see this, it's like, you can't call you at that point and say, hey, can you clarify this for me? So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And again, ClaimsPro as an organization, I have nothing critical, no negative, any comments about them. They do their job, but I think perhaps we need to have an opportunity where we can make it a lot easier for them, which would then effectively be easier for our own constituents and make it easier for them to make claims, which we know they're going to make. Those are my comments, and I can move both the items, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Seeing or hearing none, so I'm going to speak last. I'm actually going to ask for a recorded vote on this item. I'm not comfortable voting for it. I don't have any issues, as Councillor Thompson was just saying, in a similar vein. I don't have any issues with ClaimsPro per se. I have a lot of issues around this whole insurance process around potholes and damage to cars gets done. As I elaborated earlier, you know, if I hit a pothole and I notify 311 and they issue an SRO number, somebody, and I've raised this before with transportation services, you know, somebody from the staff either goes out and paints an orange cone, paints an orange circle around the pothole, or, you know, I have a side street in my ward the other night, they put 4 orange cones in a pothole, and it was a large pothole, and the kids were pulling it out after an after-school event, and I was like chasing the kids trying to get the cones back to put them on the pothole, because I knew exactly what was gonna happen. Somebody was gonna hit that pothole, and it was a large one, 4 traffic cones in it in a school zone. I know for dollars to donuts, there's going to be people hitting that pothole, filing a claim, and then our insurance adjusters were going to say, well, that was filed already, Councillor Ains, sirs, so we're going to deny your claim. And then they're going to call me, and I'm going to have the conversation about minimum monthly standards that are set by the province, and they don't get reviewed, they don't get changed. And I've had instances of residents on Kingston Road where the speed limit's 60 kilometers and they hit a pothole, and my staff have sent me pictures. Staff have sent me a picture and said, like, after I asked why was the claim denied, and staff sent me a picture, they're like, well, there's an orange ring around the pothole. Your resident driving 60 kilometers in a 50 zone should have seen the orange ring around the pothole. So that's why the claim was denied. So, you know, I understand the language in the recommendation here, you know, in the amount of $30 million. My residents, when they see that, it's not going to be, you know, up to 30 million. It's like, it's a $30 million contract. And I just had $10,000 damage done to my car because it hit a pothole, and it was denied because there was an orange circle painted around it. And I'm not alone. I don't, you know, right across the city, I've talked with my colleagues about it. You know, I can go to the Good Roads Association. I appreciate the advice. I know what I'm gonna hear. I'm gonna hear, oh, big bad Toronto has an issue. So for that reason, I'm not prepared to vote for this. So thank you. So we have the recommendations before us, so moved by Councillor Thompson. So I have a recorded vote. All in favor? Councillor Holyday, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Burnside, opposed, Councillor Ainsley. And that item passes. All right, so we are on to item number 7, which was held by Councillor Thompson. Sorry? Okay.
Sorry, I put my microphone. I can just move number 7.
All right, you're moving the recommendations in GG 27.7, amendment to blanket contract number 47023-575 and 4720880, issued to ClaimsPro Insurance for adjusting services. Any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, speakers, moved by Councillor Thompson, all in favor, that carries. Our next item is number 15, GG 27.15, a portion of 550 Bayview Avenue, known as the Evergreen Brickworks, Evergreen Lease Amendment and Extension Agreement, held by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. We're looking at a 20-year lease with respect to this property in a floodplain, is that correct? Thought I'd add that in there, the floodplain piece.
And the TRCA is here.
Yeah.
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right, great. Is there any concern about shore and erosion and or anything like that at that location?
Through the chair, yes, we're working with Evergreen Brickworks and the city right now to address some of that. That came about from even the July floods last year, and we're working on that, and there's a program to address erosion there.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. There is a 20-year term that has a $32 million opportunity cost to the city. That's about 20 years. That's about $1.6 million a year in revenue that we're foregoing in terms of the opportunity costs. Would that be correct, Mr. Motezo?
To you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And can you help us to understand what are the benefits that will accrue to the city as it relates to Evergreen, what they do there? Give us maybe an overview as some of the overall benefits that comes as a result of forgiving this, and then maybe also if you could just speak to the policy of this process of forgiving revenues, so there's an opportunity cost or loss to the city.
To you, Mr. Chair. First, Evergreen. First, I'll start in terms of the capital investment they've made as a mature public steward of Evergreen. To date, they've invested $75 million and are undertaking to invest another $16 million. In order to do that, we need to give them enough runway today to secure that funding. So again, it's Evergreen as a public steward that have made the investment in the renewal of the Evergreen site. They run a variety of different programs. They've run 450 annual events. They've had over 500,000 visitors. They run Toronto's largest year-round farmers market. They do year-round recreation opportunities, youth summer camps, climate and nature-based programs, art and culture and heritage activation exhibits. I could go on and on and on, but they do a lot.
So you would say that this is, as it relates in the report, it speaks to an opportunity cost, but it's an opportunity benefit based on the fact that this entity has not only sort of revitalized this area, but there's a rejuvenation that has taken place that has huge impact on the overall city and those who are obviously connected to the to this location.
To you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Right. So the city is not simply allowing funds to be lost as it relates in the report, the opportunity cost. There's an opportunity, there's a benefit that's accruing to us.
To you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. The benefit of the capital investment and the benefit of all the wonderful programs that they run on behalf of the city.
And I would imagine as well, if they have a long-term agreement with the city, would help them with respect to their ability to fundraise?
To you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
All right. And so this amount of funds, it would be considered an investment that has huge benefits to the City of Toronto.
To you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions Councillor Sachs, sorry, outside members, Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your questions, Councillor Thompson. Back to Mr. Mattoso. Now, in the previous lease, the city agreed to provide some services, snow clearing, bathroom cleaning, and so on, which you're now proposing to withdraw in the new lease, correct?
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, the renewed agreement is modernizing various agreements between the city and Evergreen Brickworks, one of which is a consolidation of operations. This is at the agreement of both the city and Evergreen, and so yes, Evergreen will now be performing some of the duties and work that the city had under the old agreement.
Now, when Evergreen protested this, I understand Krem told them to go and apply for operating funding as other charitable organizations do across the city. They were sent particularly to COP, but COP isn't accepting any applications. So in other words, at a time when it's harder and harder for charities to raise money, and given all of the benefits that Evergreen provides the city, you're proposing to reduce the amount of support that Evergreen gets from the city in this lease, correct?
Through the chair, I wouldn't characterize it in that way. This lease simplifies and ensures, in agreement with both parties, who is doing what on the site. This lease does not address the operating funding that Evergreen has and the different granting programs that Evergreen has with the city. I will, as we have discussed, note that the city will continue to fund city work that is performed through the lease, including shoveling or maintenance requirements that happen on city-operated lands as opposed to Evergreen-operated lands.
Yeah, but the net result is the same. Right. You said go get operating funding, but the city isn't offering any operating funding, and these changes increase their operating costs. I mean, let me put it this way. You saw what happened to Artscape. Would it be good for the city for that to happen to Evergreen?
Through the chair, again, I would clarify that the conversations that are going on between Evergreen and the city is right now focused on who is performing the work, not who is responsible for the work. The city has acknowledged and has confirmed with Evergreen, regardless of who is doing it, the city is responsible for it. So either they will perform or they will fund the performance of that work. And that is through the lease, and that is based on who is responsible for the work.
Okay, so then for clarity, you'd support an amendment that clearly says that the city will continue to pay for the services such as snow clearing and bathroom cleaning that were its responsibility under the previous lease. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we are comfortable with that technical clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Other questions of staff? Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Chair. I saw in the report, I think it's a $55 million investment was used to create what we have for the Evergreen Brickworks, but that was outdoor and indoor type work. Does anyone know the value of the hard infrastructure there, the buildings, even approximately, as a proportion of the $55 million?
Mr. Chair, we'd have to get back to you on that, Councillor Holyday.
Would it be safe to say it's multiple millions of dollars, though? Like, there's quite a bit of work happened there.
Just based on investment, yes, I would say yes.
Who put the money into it?
Through the chair, the original contribution from the city was just the lease agreement, right. With the significant amount of capital contribution being through various levels of government and fundraising.
Fundraising. Is it not a not-for-profit that runs the brickworks?
That is correct.
Okay. And just generally speaking, it's lots of visitors a year come there, right, to enjoy the buildings and the lands. Could you just give a quick overview of how many people come and what they do there and what the types of events are?
Through the chair, there's about 500,000 people that go through there, and they take through as was said, farmers markets, youth programming, summer camps, some educational programs. There's a variety of different community programs that take place there.
And that's right at the level of the Don River, right? Because this was an old clay brick quarry, beautiful yellow clay. So that's down in the river valley, right? Like right at zero level at the river. Is that right? Roughly. It's not up the hill. Does anyone know?
Through the chair, yes, to Councillor Holiday, absolutely. It's in the Don Valley, and it is in the riverine in the floodplain.
And it's supported and fully aligned with the river valley strategies. I forgot the name of the official document, or is it not?
So there's been special permissions that are part of this and that are referenced in the existing lease and that's proposed to be updated, and that those directly relate to flood protection and mitigation that have been at work for the time that the lease has been in place.
So the TRCA's general approach, if I can make it as simple as possible, is to naturalize the river valleys because of the flooding, and the trees slow down the current, they hold all the banks in place. That's the general idea of these plans. Is that fair? Is simple? Maybe it's oversimplified, but is it fair?
Through the chair, there's a number of heritage attributes here too that have to be taken into account. So there has been work on the ponds that I think a lot of people visit, and the trails around the ponds that are well loved and visited along with the parking lot. But a lot of that has been done with the intent of protecting the investments and making sure that the site is future-proofed and that flooding risks are minimized to the extent possible.
I'm sorry, the last part, the flooding risks.
That flooding risks are minimized to the extent possible. It will still, under high conditions, flood, but it has been deliberately designed. Any new elements of it have been designed to be resilient to that. There's washout protocols, and there's protocols to make sure that there's nothing that is, as much as can be impacted on those lower levels of the building.
But what I mean by that, the risks are to them, to their facility. It's not a risk to the general environment of flooding. I think what I understood is we could have a major rain event, the Don River rises as one would expect, but the flooding risk you're talking about is to the facility itself, which is clearly a loss. But there's not a risk to the city of Toronto downstream from that, is there?
There's always some minor risks, but on erosion and flooding, we've been working very closely with Evergreen and the city and Parks and Recreation to make sure that risk is minimized.
And lastly, like some carve-outs have been provided. I think you just said there was an exception, and if I do recall, there's a deep geothermal field here because of the systems that are supporting. So drilled down into the ground really deep. I remember that. It's come to council a couple of times. So there's a fair amount of infrastructure here.
Yes, that's right. And I think that's part of this is looking and making sure all of that is recognized in an updated agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Sachs outside. Members?
Yes, thank you very much. Further to my letter, and thank you to staff. I can't make a motion here, but I will do it at council, asking that we clarify that the city will continue to pay for what it was supposed to be paying for under the existing lease, so that we're not reducing our support to Evergreen. This is as Mr. Matosa indicated, an incredibly important organization doing great things for the city. And they're not getting any granting support from the city. They were directed to go and apply for a program that was already closed. So at least we should be not reducing the support they're already getting and looking for ways to continue to support them. And again, I referred to Artscape on purpose. Artscape, the loss of Artscape has been devastating, and losing Evergreen would be as bad, and I don't want to see that happen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank staff for this report and Mr. Matoso and staff for responding to my question. Mr. Chair, I was here at the outset when the intention and desire to start something good at this location. I was the chair of economic development at the time, and they came in and asked questions. And I think at the outset, we didn't understand it, quite frankly. We didn't understand the overall benefits that would accrue and so on. But over time, we were able to get it. And it's, I think we're going back at least 15 years ago, if not, maybe a little less, but it's quite some time ago. And what we have seen is a magnificent facility that has huge benefits for Torontonians and others and visitors who come. We know that it was an investment of about $55 million, and we know all the things that have accrued annually to this particular site and the work that they're doing, the investment that they're putting in, $16 million into improve accessibility, amenities, and flood resilience and progress towards net zero operations and so on. These are all like important things to our city. But in addition to that, all the young people that visit as students, there's about 132 schools that visit. Some 9,000 plus young students are actually there to visit and learn about local ecology, nature, and the environment, and the conservative conservation aspect that goes through these programs are extremely important. And I think that's important as well, that the work that's being done with respect to our ravine strategy and so on, and the trails that are around. It's really cool on a Saturday or a Sunday morning to go down there and you see all the amazing people enjoying the space, which otherwise, had this opportunity didn't come forward some years ago, it would just be a sort of a blight on the city. And we have also seen the improvements that have been made through the donations and the fundraising that takes place and so on. So I think it's really important. I think it's important to also understand by forgiving the $30 million or $32 million that the city is foregoing here. This is an investment, actually. This is a benefit. It's about $1.6 million annually. And so we can sort of, quarrel about additional elements of amounts of monies that the city can contribute in funding for other services and so on. But I think we should not forget that we are contributing significantly to the development and the ongoing maintenance and operation of the Evergreen brickworks. So that's really important. I wanted just to, I guess, deviate a little bit from my colleague, Councillor Sachs, and with great respects. I think when we compare sort of entities to the Evergreen, I think one was a real estate play. This is an environmental play, stewardship, and so on and so forth. And so when we look at what has happened with respect to the entity that was a real estate play, there were huge risks. And in fact, the city was responsible for backstopping a lot of their mortgages and so on that we actually did here. And of course, we know what has transpired and so on. And I know great efforts were being made to try to figure out how to save it. And we were not successful per se. But I think here, with respect to the brickworks, I think we can do more. And I don't disagree with you, quite frankly. But I also think it's really important for us to point out that we are doing significant amount in terms of our contribution and forgiving the $30 million over the 20-year period. That's a huge benefit, and it also helps this entity to raise funds as well to invest in its operation. And so I'm happy the report's here. I'm happy that the lease is being extended. And I'm also happy that the city is making a contribution by foregoing the opportunity cost of the $1.6 million annually and so on. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move the item.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Councillor Holyday? No? All right. I don't see Councillor Burnside. So I'm going to take, I'm very happy to support this. And once again, in a similar vein to Councillor Thompson, I remember voting on the first lease 20 years ago, 2007. I have a technical amendment that I need to move. and I'm going to put it on the screen. The clerk actually just handed it to me and said, I have a technical amendment for you. And I said, more than happy to move it. I said, maybe I'll just sneak in 50-year lease instead of 20-year lease as a technical amendment. Maybe nobody will notice over on the staff side, but the clerk said I couldn't do that. It was beyond technical. You know, I'm very proud, very happy of all the work that happens at the brickworks. I always encourage everybody. Evergreen.ca is an amazing website. It talks about everything that happens at the brickworks, all of their activities that they do year-round, 365 days a year. I like the kind of clause in it where it says Toronto's biggest patio. But you know, there's so much going on in the brickworks each and every day of the year. I was actually just talking about the brickworks last week. I was in Washington, D.C. as part of an environmental economic group called the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. And I was talking with the mayor of Cleveland, Ohio. And we were having coffee with a bunch of American mayors. And he was raving about our waterfront. And he said, you know, there was a brick factory in the middle of Toronto. He goes, it operated 150 years ago. And then he went on all about the brickworks and everything that happened. It was great to see that we're getting, you know, North American-wide attention, probably international-wide attention for everything that happens at the brickworks. So I'm very happy to support it and looking forward to their continued work. Thank you. So we have an amendment before us. All in favor? Item is amended. All in favor? That carries. And then we're on to our last item of the day, which ironically has to do with snow. GG 27.19, emergency non-competitive contract with Weber Infrastructure Management Canada Limited for snow removal services. Held by Councillor Holiday. Councillor, questions of staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The snow removal, I think is still relatively new for us. And I wanted to know exactly what the physical work was that the contractor performed.
Through you, Chair. So there's removal of snow along the curb lines of the Gaunt Valley Parkway and the Gardiner Expressway. They used a series of different pieces of equipment, primarily being a large snow blower, which they would blow into dump trucks, but they also had front-end loaders and skid steers, as well as the appropriate traffic safety control vehicles.
Okay, that's helpful. So this is only expressway clearing? Is that right?
They did a little bit on College Avenue as well to expedite the removal to ensure that streetcars weren't going to be obstructed.
Okay, so the physical work was the loading of snow into the back of dump trucks. Can you tell me, roughly, like what are the pieces that add up to the 959? Is it equipment or is it done by the linear meter? How is this tallied up? How do you know that this is the right price?
It's an hourly rate per the various pieces of equipment.
So an hourly rate for each piece, and how are the number of pieces determined?
Through you, Chair, we have done that removal previously, so we have history on what would make up a snow removal team, and that would have been what we asked them to bid on.
So it would be, I take it, I heard a big snow blower, some front-end loaders, a collection of dump trucks, a collection of trucks. You don't go into the numbers of staff, you just say, I want this grouping of equipment, and away they go.
That's correct. Most of the equipment comes with an operator. There was a supervisor as well as part of the team.
More generally, this is an area of high traffic. These are our expressways, at least. I mean, I don't know how the upload factors into this, but for the time being, these are places where the piled up snow is an issue, right? So why is the piled snow an issue? Why did you choose snow removal here?
Through the chair, the snow itself acts as a bit of a ramp, excuse me, and could, if a vehicle, for whatever reason, went up that ramp, they could find themselves falling over the guide rail, which actually happened in Kitchener on January 26th. An occupant died in a similar crash as a result of this type of snow ramp.
Pretty sure it happened in Etobicoke too. Okay, and so that was the purpose of this. Why is this new? Like, why is it before us then as an sorry, I get the right words here. An emergency non-competitive, like I would have thought this would be basic stuff that we do all the time, or is it not all the time? And why now? Why trigger now?
Snow removal is, through the chair, is done periodically, depends on the amount of snow. This past season, we had 2 significant events totaling approximately 90 centimeters of snow, so it was much more in accumulation that we've had recently. But when we do see those amounts of snow, we do removal on the Gardiner and DVP to prevent that hazard from existing.
Basic questions again, back to our snow, I'm just going to call them snow contracts. Did we ever have provisions for any snow removal capacity, and how does that relate to removal in these locations, and why back to emergency non-competitive?
Through the chair, there is some snow removal in our existing contracts, as well as in-house staff that do snow removal. In the case this year, it was the sheer volume and the necessity to remove the snow as quickly as possible. As part of our recently approved major snow event response plan, one of the recommendations is to consider additional resources or surge equipment or surge staff. And we looked at the MSRP and we deemed that this was an prudent case to do that.
Okay, we're not going to answer this today, but how would you propose that myself and members of the public really get a good understanding of what snow removal means, where it occurs, why it occurs, what the trigger is to make it occur, and then how we figure out the value of all of this extra work? Because right now it's kind of like emergency, mushy, reactive. But if this is something that's going to be committed to at this level, because I know this is just a slice of it, how would you propose I get my head wrapped around it so that I'm comfortable or not with what the city is doing?
Through the chair, I think the first thing to do is the new major snow event response plan. It does provide an overview of snow removal and the triggers associated with implementing snow removal across the city, which is basically we start to monitor it at when the forecast is about 25 centimeters or greater. We know at that point, particularly if we've had previous snowfalls, that we'll probably lose capacity of our roads and therefore need to commence snow removal.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. Non-competitive contract with Weber. So was it an issue of timing as to why it couldn't be competitive, simply?
So through the chair, because of the amount of snow that we'd seen over that condensed period of time, we needed some additional capacity to be able to free up and do snow removal. So what we did was we took the opportunity to, we do have just to be clear on Councillor Holyday's questions, we do have a sorting and ploughing, a winter services contract which services the DVP and the Gardiner. We have our own contract for that. What this enabled us to do was by essentially using one of MTO's contractors who deals with the 400 series highway, we brought them in to deal with the Expressway clearance, which enabled us to free up our own contractor to go and work on local streets. So it enabled us to speed up the whole snow removal operations.
Well, thank you, because that's where I was going to get to, because in my own ward, for example, you've cleaned up Ellesmere, where we have the bridge, or you've done Lawrence Avenue and other areas in the ward, which facilitated that. So this is part of that process. But it doesn't really explain that in the report, does it? No, you don't have to look now. It's a more rhetorical question. Again, I just want to make sure that we really, look, this is a good thing, quite frankly. And I think you need to shine the light on this good thing, because it saved a lot of people aggravation, move the snow, getting out of the way, people are able to walk, traverse, and so on and so forth. I just hope that we can really highlight these things in a much more, in a fashion that really demonstrates our awareness and our responsiveness, because that's part of the issue. The question, though, that I have, when you remove the snow, you take it to a place to deposit, to store it. How do you make that decision? And the reason why I ask the question, because I'm assuming it will melt, it will run off somewhere. Where does the runoff go to? How do we kind of ensure that the salt that's all incorporated in that is not going into the tributaries and our water system and so on? Or do we ensure, or do we care?
So through the chair, yes, we do ensure and we do care. The city has 5 designated snow dump sites, which we utilise to store that snow, and they have the proper protections in place.
Right. By the way, I know we care. It's just that I wanted to make sure that you responded that way to ensure that the public understands that. So will we then bake this in as part of our program for snow clearing? That is, allocate the funding from a budgetary perspective. And so when we need to bring that service in, we would just bring it in without having to come back and amend and or now giving you permission to having spent those funds. I mean, can you project that?
So through the chair, in simplistic terms, the answer is yes, we will do that. And we'll do that in 2 ways. We'll be bringing a report forward later this year with our summary of our winter service this year and the lessons learned, and we'll be making some recommendations as part of that, of things that we can do to improve further. But then also we'll be taking those lessons learned and building them into the new contracts as well.
So could I ask you, please, your professional opinion? Have we done a better job this year than the previous year in terms of snow clearing, snow removal, responding to the needs? And we know that we've had record snow in our history this year. Have we done that? And are you satisfied with the work that you and your team has done?
So through the chair, certainly in my opinion, we've done a better job than we have on previous years. And that's in large part to the major snow response plan that we had in place, which was discussed at council previously. That worked very well. Approaching it as a one city emergency had huge benefits. Coordination across multiple divisions enabled us to be far more responsive and have far more equipment and boots on the ground out there getting rid of the snow. So I think, yes, absolutely, it's been better than previously. Are we all the way there yet? No, we're not. We've identified improvements based on our experience so far this year that we want to make, and we'll be bringing those forward to council in the summer.
So I can quote you on that, Ms. Curtis, when my residents give me flack and says it hasn't been better, that it has been better, because it's my view as well that it has been much better than previous years. But certainly it's not perfect, but it has been much better. Thank you and your team.
Thank you,
Mr.
Councillor.
Chair.
Councillor Burnside, do you have any questions?
I sure do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an emergency non-competitive contract. Was there an opportunity to do forget the emergency part, but just a snow removal contract for this year?
Through the chair, given the timing, once we had the approval of the major snow event plan in November, December of last year, it didn't really lead us enough time to prepare a dedicated snow removal contract for things like the Don Valley and Gardiner. Having said that, that is something that we're looking at right now, potentially a roster of contractors that we could draw on the go forward rather than doing an emergency non-competitive procedure.
Well, I'm not worried about the emergency part or the non-competitive part. Sorry, so let me just re-articulate that if I can. You took resources off the highways and put them into the city, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. So what I was trying to get at, or I'm trying to understand, is was there or is there an opportunity, let's even say for this upcoming year, to actually put in place snow removal contracts? Seems to me that's the thing that's missing, and I think Mr. Curtis and I talked about that report where it would be about up to $130 million for a snow removal contract. But I just want to understand, is there that opportunity to have a snow removal contract, irrespective of the scope? It could be small, it could be large. Is there that opportunity?
So through the chair, so the city manager and MVU's report came forward to City Council in 2025. As you're aware, that outlined a number of options around snow removal. City Council determined to not move forward with any additional snow removal contracts at that point in time. As staff, we are guided and directed by the will of Council.
Okay, yeah, sorry, and thank you. This isn't really a criticism of you. I'm just trying to understand that Council made the decision not to enter into snow removal contracts for this past year, and as of now, has not entered into any snow removal contracts for last year. It just seems like there are being statements from certain people, non-staff, that they're waiting for this current snow clearing contract to expire. But I'm just trying to understand if there's what the impediment is to entering into a snow removal contract before the snow clearing contract actually expires. Is there one? Other than money.
So through the chair, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It would be money that would be the criteria, and whether council wanted to move forward with additional snow removal contracts. As you're aware, our existing winter services contracts do enable us to do snow removal, and that's what we've been doing over this past season.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnside. I believe that is all the questions. Councillor Holiday, you held the item.
Thank you, Chair. I will support the report. I'm actually grateful that staff used a methodology to use somebody else's, another government's contractor. I hope that the procurement processes in the future would allow, maybe for the ability for the city to access a provincial vendor of record, and those sorts of things take time. But I wanted to ask questions about snow removal because it's not that it's brand new, but I think what was done this past winter is relatively new. And I think what we're really talking about here is issues around snow storage in our city. And that is an issue because of two things. The first is either poor design or poor planning. And that is possible that people made choices in the past and they didn't think out where the snow was going to go. Or, more likely, calculations were made. In other words, the land needed for snow storage was decided to be used for something else. Now, whether that is to put a building on, to put other transportation infrastructure, such as parking or other things, somebody made the choice. And here we have a situation where there isn't enough places to put the amount of snow that fell. The reason why I'm additionally interested is because I think this is only a tiny window into the cost of snow removal. I suspect it's in the multiple tens of millions of dollars for the type of events we had this year. And I've seen different things. We've all lived through those snowstorms, and we know that there was snow accumulated at corners, and it was hard to walk, and it was hard to see at times, and there was so much snow built up at really busy intersections that it was a problem. And then I saw other things that I'm not really sure I fully understand at this point. I saw snow removal along long arterial roads. Some of them were back lots. There was no driveways. There was snow storage. And yet the snow got removed. And some of it occurred like really recently, before the last little snap of hot spell, but while the weather was improving. And so, Mr. Chair, what I would say is I just don't fully understand all the decisions that were made, especially towards the end of the process this year. And so it just begs questions about what it is we intend to do, the problems we're trying to solve, how we got here, and what this looks like going forward. If this is something that is to be sustained and at great cost, I think we should zero in a little bit more on the why and how the decisions are made. And maybe in my speaking, I'm just signaling to staff is that there's more work to be done with members of council and the public so that we have a clearer understanding of what it is we're setting out to achieve as a city, and constantly evaluating whether or not we did over or under of what was required, just because of the sheer price involved and the time involved. So I thank the opportunity to speak. I don't have a motion on this, but I think there's more discussion which is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Holyday moving the recommendation. Councillor Holyday is moving the recommendation. Number 19, all in favor? That carries. That was our last item of the day, and we still have the bills, so don't. Councillor Thompson, would you like to read the bills?
Yes, that the confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceeding of the General Government Committee acting under delegated authority at meeting 27 on March 9, 2026 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
Thank you, sir. All in favor? That carries. That's it. We're done. Thank you, everybody. Meeting adjourned.
For a great meeting.